Lesson 1. Listen carefully. This moment is not ordinary, and your arrival here is not coincidence. Heaven has interrupted your routine because God Himself has chosen to whisper directly to your soul. You have always known deep inside that you were different. While others walked an easy path, you faced storms, betrayals, and sleepless nights that tried to crush you. And yet, you are still here. Do you not see? That is proof enough. Darkness has thrown everything against you, and still it could not break you. Why? Because you are marked. You are God's chosen one. Right now, I speak with urgency. Your spirit has been sensing something shifting in the unseen realms. The atmosphere around your life has been heavy, not by chance, but by design. Heaven has been preparing you. Every delay was training. Every rejection was redirection. And every hidden tear was stored in bottles of remembrance before the throne. You thought you were forgotten, but in truth, you were being forged. The fire you endured was not punishment. It was the process of divine refinement. Stop for a moment and breathe. Chosen one, do you realize how many traps were set against you that never reached you? Do you realize how many nights angels stood guard while you cried yourself to sleep? Do you realize how many times the enemy whispered lies, yet your heart refused to surrender? That resilience is not natural, it is divine. You carry within you a light that terrifies darkness. That is why your journey has been more brutal than most. It is not that you were unlucky, it is that you were chosen. The world tried to label you too sensitive, too different, too intense. But in heaven's record, you were written as a warrior. You never fit in because you were never meant to. You are not here to blend into crowds. You are here to lead, to break chains, to speak life where death has spoken, to be a vessel of heaven on earth. This is why your spirit always felt restless when others were satisfied with mediocrity. Your soul was created for higher things. Even now, as you hear these words, something inside you is stirring. Do you feel it? That quickening, that trembling within your spirit, it is the confirmation you needed. This is divine intervention. The algorithms of man did not bring you here. The hand of God did. This is why time feels frozen right now, because heaven has waited for this exact moment to speak plainly to you. You are chosen. You are marked. And you are unstoppable. In the name of the Lord. The ancient words recorded in Romans still echo today. Chapter 8, verse 31. If God is for us, who can be against us? When these words were first spoken, they were not just for the church in Rome, they were for every chosen vessel across generations. They are for you right now. Every force of darkness may rise, but not one has authority greater than the one who has called your name. Chosen one. Hear me. Your destiny cannot be cancelled. Your struggles were never a sign of defeat, but a sign of the battle over your calling. If your life were insignificant, the enemy would have ignored you. But because you carry purpose, hell has been restless around you. Yet every attack has only confirmed your importance. Every setback has been a setup for divine acceleration. You are standing at the very edge of breakthrough, and heaven is announcing it today. Your very existence is evidence of God's strategy. You have been positioned as a living signpost, carrying within you the proof that darkness cannot win. When you should have broken, you bent and rose stronger. When you should have drowned, you learned to walk through storms. That resilience is not human, It is divine fuel placed inside you for such a time as this. Heaven has not overlooked you. Instead, heaven has been preparing you. The silence you mistook for absence was actually God's hand shaping you for the day He would announce, "Now is the hour." The enemy's plan was always intimidation. He wanted to make you doubt yourself, to believe that your story would end in shame or failure. But chosen ones never end in defeat. They end in glory. Do you feel the shift, even as you listen? The atmosphere of your life is turning. Angels are moving. Doors are opening. Burdens are breaking. It is happening now, not later. You are not forgotten. You are remembered, restored, and about to be revealed. Chosen one. Destiny is knocking, and heaven is declaring, "Rise, for your time has come." This is your awakening call. Do not dismiss it. Do not postpone it. Too many have delayed and lost their crown, but you will not be among them. Your obedience in this moment will set the course for your future. Step into your calling boldly. Say it with conviction. I am chosen. I am marked. I am ready. And now, I invite you, if this message resonates in your spirit, let your action match your faith. Like this message, share it, so another chosen one may awaken. And subscribe, so you will not miss the words, "Heaven still longs to pour into you." Most importantly, let your heart respond openly below. Comment 777 as a prophetic act, a seal that says, "Yes, Lord, I hear you, and I receive this word." Oh, this is not a game. This is not entertainment. This is divine alignment. Today, heaven pauses to tell you, the wait is over. The silence is broken, and your time has arrived. Step forward. Chosen one, the world has waited for your light. Chosen one, you must understand something that has been hidden from your sight, but woven into your story since the beginning. You were marked from birth. You did not stumble into this calling. You did not earn it by striving harder than others. Before you took your first breath, before your eyes opened to the light of this world, the fingerprints of heaven were already pressed upon you. This is why your life has carried a weight others could not see. You were born with divine significance, and every step of your journey has carried evidence of this seal. From your earliest days, you sensed that you were not like those around you. Perhaps you felt emotions more deeply, carrying burdens others seemed to ignore. Perhaps you asked questions about life, truth, and meaning that others dismissed as unnecessary. You could never silence that voice within, whispering that you were created for more. And though the world may have treated you as ordinary, heaven never has. You are extraordinary, not by the measure of men, but by the decree of God. Every rejection you endured, every door slammed shut, every relationship that broke your heart was not a random event. They were signs of your set-apartness. Had you been accepted everywhere, you would have blended into places never meant to hold you. But God, in His wisdom, used rejection to redirect you. When people walked away, they were unknowingly fulfilling prophecy. When opportunities crumbled, heaven was making sure you were not tied to places too small for your destiny. Think of it, the pain you carried was proof of your mark. The tears you cried in silence were the ink with which heaven wrote your story. While others lived unshaken, you were tossed in storms. Not because you were cursed, but because your roots had to grow deeper. you had to learn endurance, patience, and strength, qualities that could only be birthed through trial. Chosen vessels are never forged in comfort, they are forged in fire. That is why your story has been so intense. The prophet Elijah spoke as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 21. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. From the beginning, your life has demanded decision. You could never live halfway. The mark upon you has always pulled you toward surrender, toward clarity, toward choosing the higher way. Even when you tried to blend into the patterns of this world, the mark did not allow you to stay comfortable there. The fire of conviction burned inside you, pushing you to return, again and again, to the path of destiny. Chosen one, do you see now why you have always felt misunderstood? People saw your silence as weakness, but in truth, you were listening to voices they could not hear. They saw your solitude as loneliness, but it was divine training ground where angels ministered to your heart. They saw your breakdowns, but heaven saw your breakthroughs being prepared. While others judged your wounds, heaven prepared crowns. Every scar on your soul is a testimony that you survived battles others would not have endured. Your very presence disrupted darkness. Even as a child, you carried light. You did not understand. This is why bullies targeted you, why envy arose against you, why betrayals struck you in places closest to your heart. Darkness recognized your mark even before you fully did. It is not people you wrestled against. It was spiritual opposition, afraid of the destiny within you. Yet despite every attempt, you are still here. That alone testifies nothing could extinguish what God planted inside you. Look back carefully at your life. Every season of despair was matched by an unseen hand that pulled you back from the brink. Every time you almost gave up, strength you could not explain rose within you. That was not accident, it was divine intervention. The mark upon you ensures that even in your lowest valleys, you will not be abandoned. As David once wrote, "The shepherd walks with you, even through shadows of death." That is your story. Surrounded by darkness but never consumed. Chosen one, your life has not been easy because your calling is not small. God entrusted you with weight because He built within you the capacity to carry it. The heaviness you've felt, the sense of responsibility, even when no one asked it of you, is evidence of your spiritual assignment. Ordinary souls could not withstand what you have survived. Ordinary hands could not hold what you are about to carry. The very pressure you resented was shaping the strength you would one day need. And though you did not see it, heaven has been celebrating your resilience. Every time you chose forgiveness instead of bitterness, angels rejoiced. Every time you kept walking when you wanted to give up, heaven marked that step as victory. Every time you lifted your face from tears and whispered, "I will keep going," you were writing history. You were not only surviving for yourself, you were breaking ground for those who come after you. Generations will walk freer because you endured. Chosen one, I tell you plainly, you were marked from birth. But the mark is not a burden. It is a crown in disguise. You are not unlucky. You are set apart. You are not abandoned. You are preserved. You are not overlooked. You are hidden until the appointed time. Your story is not one of defeat, but of destiny unfolding. So lift your head, Stop despising your scars. They are your credentials. Stop questioning your worth. It has already been stamped with heaven's seal. Stop fearing the unknown. The one who marked you has already written the ending. Chosen one. Step boldly. For your mark is not fading. It is shining brighter than ever. The time of unveiling draws near. And what was concealed in suffering will soon be revealed in glory. Chosen one. Let me speak directly to the fire that burns inside you. There is something you must realize. The light you carry is not ordinary. It is a hidden flame placed within you before time began. And this flame disrupts every shadow around you. You have walked into rooms and shifted atmospheres without saying a word. You have carried peace where there was chaos, conviction where there was compromise, and strength where there was weakness. This is the power of the hidden light you carry. You have often wondered, why do people react strangely to me? Why do some love me instantly, while others seem to dislike me without reason? The answer lies in the spiritual mark upon you. Light exposes, and not everyone welcomes exposure. Darkness is comfortable hiding in shadows. But when you enter, the flame inside you forces things into the open. People sense something different about you, even when they cannot explain it. Some will be drawn to your authenticity, while others will resist because your very existence confronts the shadows they wish to keep. Chosen one. You must not confuse opposition with failure. The resistance you face is proof of your impact. The enemy does not fight what does not threaten him. The fact that you have been targeted, misunderstood, and sometimes isolated is confirmation of the authority that rests upon you. If your light were insignificant, darkness would have ignored you. But because your flame carries the power to ignite others, darkness trembles. Think about the moments you tried to dim your own shine. Moments when you thought it would be easier to stay quiet, blend in, or hide your gifts. Did peace ever come from that? No, because suppression was never your destiny. You were never created to be hidden forever. Even in your attempts to withdraw, heaven kept reminding you of your calling. You felt restless, uneasy, unable to stay silent. Why? Because your light was designed to be seen. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 20, verse 9. His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot. Chosen one. This describes you perfectly. The flame inside you refuses to be caged. No matter how much you try to silence it, it burns hotter until it bursts forth. That is why you sometimes feel heavy, like you are carrying a burden too big to hold. It is the fire of destiny pressing to be released. But here is what you must understand. Carrying this light is not just about you. Your flame was given so that others could be ignited. Your journey of pain, endurance, and survival is not wasted. It has created oil, and oil feeds the flame. That is why people who spend time around you suddenly feel hope rise in their hearts. That is why broken souls find strength again when they hear you speak. You do not even realize how many lives have been touched by your presence. But heaven sees it all. Chosen one. Let this truth settle in your spirit. You carry more than you know. Your voice has authority. Your presence shifts the unseen. Your prayers shake atmospheres. Your resilience teaches silent lessons to those who watch you. You have thought of yourself as small, but God sees you as a torchbearer. one who carries light into valleys no one else dares to enter. This is why your journey has been marked with so many tests, because your testimony will light the way for multitudes. Consider this: every attempt of darkness to silence you has failed. You are still here. That means your flame is indestructible. It cannot be drowned by tears. It cannot be crushed by betrayal. It cannot be extinguished by failure. The very fact that you are reading these words is proof that your light burns on. You may have bent, but you did not break. You may have stumbled, but you kept walking. And now heaven whispers, it is time for your light to shine without apology. And so, chosen one, I ask you to take a stand right here, right now. Do not just read and move on. Let your spirit respond. Comment, I choose my crown. Write those words as a declaration. Do you know why this matters? Because the crown is not just jewelry, it represents your destiny, your authority, and your calling. When you type those words, you are saying, I accept my divine identity. I will no longer run from who I am. I will embrace the throne God has prepared for me. Heaven records it, and your spirit aligns with truth. Chosen one, stop underestimating your power. You were never meant to walk quietly through life. You were meant to roar with the authority of heaven. Your flame is needed in a world drowning in shadows. Do not wait for perfect conditions. Light shines brightest in darkness. And that is exactly why God placed you where you are. The places you thought were curses are actually platforms for your fire. Every trial you endured has been oil for your lamp. Every tear has watered the seed of your calling. Every night you asked, "Why me?" was answered in heaven with, "Because you are chosen." Now, the world will see what heaven has always known. Your hidden light is about to be revealed publicly. You will not have to strive or force it. The flame itself will draw those who are searching. When you walk in your authenticity, others will find their way home. Chosen one, I declare this over you. Your light will not be hidden anymore. Your gifts will not be buried. Your voice will not be silenced. What was pressed down will rise up. What was overlooked will be magnified. What was delayed will accelerate. You are not just a survivor, you are a carrier of holy fire. And the world is about to feel its heat. So let your spirit agree with heaven. Declare it with your own words. Comment, I choose my crown. This is not about social engagement. This is about sealing the identity that God Himself wrote upon your life. When you type it, you declare before heaven and earth, I will no longer shrink back. I will step into my calling boldly. Chosen one. The journey of your heart has often been marked by silence and solitude. There were seasons when you looked around and saw no one who truly understood what you carried inside. Loneliness pressed upon you like a weight, and you asked, why does no one see me? Why does no one hear me? But heaven answers you now. Your isolation was not punishment. It was a classroom, a divine training ground where God Himself became your teacher. You see, isolation often feels like abandonment, but in reality, it is preparation. When others were surrounded by noise, you were hidden away so your ears could become sensitive to the whispers of the Spirit. When others filled their lives with endless distractions, you sat in silence, wrestling with questions that could not be answered by human wisdom. What looked like emptiness was, in truth, the fertile soil where deep roots could grow. Without those hidden seasons, your foundation would have been shallow. but God allowed solitude to press you deeper. So when storms came, you would not be uprooted. Think of the wilderness journeys recorded in sacred texts. Moses was hidden in Midian for 40 years before he stood before Pharaoh. David tended sheep in lonely pastures long before he carried the crown of Israel. Even Jesus withdrew often to solitary places to commune with the Father. Loneliness has never been wasted in the life of the chosen. It has always been the ground of revelation. Your story is no different. Your wilderness has been the womb of your wisdom. Chosen one. Do you remember the nights you felt invisible, when you wondered if your voice had any weight at all? Those were not wasted nights. They were the nights when heaven leaned in closer, training you to listen not to the applause of crowds, but to the voice of the Almighty. Had you been surrounded by constant affirmation, you might have leaned on human approval. Instead, you were trained to lean on the presence of God alone. That is why you are still standing, even after betrayals and rejection. You learned to hear His voice above all others. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 23, verse 4, "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me." Chosen one. Your lonely valleys were never empty. Even when you felt abandoned, the shepherd walked beside you. He allowed the valley so that you would learn His nearness, so that His presence would become more real to you than the presence of any human companion. That is the gift of loneliness. It shifts your reliance from man to God. This is why your solitude has not destroyed you, but strengthened you. You learned to pray when no one else could see. You learned to fight battles on your knees when others sought comfort in distraction. You learned the discipline of waiting, of trusting when answers did not come quickly, and though you resented those seasons at first, you are beginning to see the fruit. You are stronger, wiser, more sensitive to the Spirit, and more resilient than you ever imagined. What looked like empty silence was, in truth, a sacred dialogue. Chosen one. I need you to understand this clearly. Loneliness has been part of your consecration. To be chosen means to be set apart. And to be set apart often means walking a path others cannot join. That is why your friendships have been few, why your relationships have carried unusual weight, why betrayal cut you so deeply. It is because your heart was designed to carry covenant, not casual connection. And though people have mishandled you, those experiences have refined your discernment. You now see beyond masks, and you no longer confuse empty flattery with genuine love. There is a mystery in this. Those who walk closest to God often walk loneliest among men. But that loneliness is never permanent. It is a season, a shaping, a preparation. For the time will come when what was hidden will be revealed, when those who walked away will watch the unfolding of your calling, and when heaven will surround you with those aligned with your destiny. You were never meant to remain isolated forever. The wilderness was temporary, but the wisdom it birthed will last a lifetime. Chosen one. If you could see yourself through heaven's eyes, you would not despise your solitude. You would see it as an honor, a sign that God trusted you with deeper things. Do you know why He trusted you? Because you were willing to sit in silence rather than sell your soul for shallow company. You were willing to endure the ache of loneliness rather than abandon your values. You were willing to wait, even when it hurt, because you sensed there was something more. That endurance has marked you as trustworthy. Heaven invests its secrets only into hearts that can hold them. and yours has proven strong. You may not realize it yet, but your isolation has birthed authority. When you speak now, your words carry weight because they are not cheap opinions, but truths forged in silence. When you pray now, your petitions shake the unseen because they are not shallow requests, but cries born from lonely nights with God. When you walk into rooms now, your presence is different, because those who have walked alone with heaven never walk the same among men. Chosen one, do not despise the chapters of your story where you walked alone. They are holy ground. They are the reason you can stand unshaken now. They are the reason you can look into the eyes of others who suffer and say, I understand. They are the reason your compassion runs deeper, your discernment sharper, your spirit stronger. You have been trained by loneliness to carry what others cannot. And now, hear this. Your season of isolation is shifting. The same God who allowed you to walk through valleys will soon lead you to tables prepared in the presence of your enemies. The lessons you learned in secret will become light for others in public. The silence that shaped you will soon become the song that inspires others. You were never meant to die in the wilderness. You were meant to emerge from it carrying revelation and authority. So lift your eyes. Chosen one, stop resenting the loneliness you endured. See it for what it truly was, the shaping hand of God, crafting you into a vessel that can carry His glory. Your isolation was not punishment, it was preparation. And now, that preparation is nearly complete. The time is coming when you will see why it all had to be this way. You will look back on every lonely night and say, it was worth it. End quote. Chosen one. The season has shifted. You have endured the fire. You have carried the loneliness. And you have survived storms designed to bury you. But now, the winds of heaven blow in a new direction. The season of delay has ended. Doors that were locked against you for years are swinging open. What you thought was denial was only divine timing. The Father has been holding back the release, not to harm you, but to protect you until you were ready to carry what is about to be placed in your hands. Think of a seed buried in the soil. To the human eye, it seems forgotten, hidden in the dark earth. Yet beneath the surface, life is stirring, roots are spreading, strength is being built. Only when the time is right does the seed break through the soil into the light. Chosen one. That seed is you. You were never buried to die. You were planted to grow. The pressure of the soil was never your grave. It was your greenhouse. And now, your breakthrough shoots forth. You will see opportunities that once seemed unreachable begin to present themselves. People who once overlooked you will suddenly take notice. Paths that were blocked will become highways. Do not be surprised when invitations arrive, when connections align, when resources begin to flow. These are not coincidences. They are the fingerprints of God. For when the heavens decree that a season has changed, no man, no devil, no system can hold it back. The ancient words recorded in Isaiah chapter 43, verse 19 declare, See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. Chosen one. The wilderness you endured is about to flow with rivers. Dryness is turning into abundance. Closed doors are turning into open gates. And your spirit will testify, it is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in my eyes. But here is the truth. With every open door comes responsibility. With every breakthrough comes stewardship. You are not simply being elevated for your own comfort. You are being positioned for impact. The crown you carry is not decoration, it is a mandate. You are called to shine so that others might find their way. You are called to build, to pour, to sow. The blessing is not just for you, it is through you. Imagine your life as a lamp set on a hill. When it shines, others in the valley find their path. That lamp requires oil, and oil requires investment. The oil of your prayers, the oil of your sacrifices, and yes, the oil of your giving. Every great movement of heaven has been sustained by those willing to pour their oil into it. Think of the widow with her jar of oil, small in the world's eyes, but mighty in God's hands. Her willingness to pour made room for a miracle. Chosen one. If this word is watering your spirit, then I invite you to partner with it. Share this light. Send it to someone who needs encouragement. Let your voice echo the flame. Like this message so that it reaches further. And subscribe so that you remain connected to the ongoing stream of living words. And if God places it on your heart, sow into this work, whether small or great. Every seed becomes oil that keeps the flame burning. Your support is not just donation, it is participation in a divine assignment. You become part of the river that carries living water to souls thirsty for truth. Think of it this way. When you plant into fertile soil, you do not lose the seed, you multiply it. A farmer never cries when he lets go of grain, because he knows harvest is coming. The same is true here. When you pour your oil, when you release your seed, heaven sees, heaven records, and heaven multiplies. You do not give to man, you give unto God, fueling his work in the earth. And as you give, your own life becomes like a river. The more it pours, the more it receives. Stagnant waters rot, but flowing waters stay fresh. This is why giving is not loss but overflow. It positions you in the current of abundance, and when heaven trusts you as a channel, resources never run dry. Because God knows they will not stop with you, they will flow through you. Chosen one. Let me speak to your heart plainly. You have been walking through years where everything seemed withheld. You prayed for breakthrough, but doors stayed shut. You asked for provision, but hands remained empty. And yet, you are still here. Do you see why? It was not to destroy you, it was to teach you stewardship. To teach you that what you hold is not for hoarding, but for pouring. That is why this season will look different. You are about to step into abundance, not for vanity, but for responsibility. Remember this truth: the same God who opens doors will also hold you accountable for how you walk through them. This new chapter is not only about what you receive, but about what you release. The blessing of God is meant to flow when you share, when you support, when you lift others as you rise. You become a living testimony of His goodness. So I tell you now, do not fear the shift. Do not doubt the new season. Walk boldly into it with open hands. Shine your light. Carry your flame. And invest your oil, like the seed, like the river, like the lamp your life was made to multiply, to flow, to shine. The season of delay is over. The season of release is here, and heaven smiles upon those who step into it with faith. Chosen one, your doors are opening. Step through them with courage, with humility, and with generosity. For the world has waited, and heaven has decreed, the time is now. Chosen one, you must know this. The enemy has feared you since the moment you entered this world. Every strange battle, every unexplainable hardship, every sudden betrayal, it was all part of hell's strategy to stop you before you realized who you truly are. But despite it all, you are still standing. And that simple fact terrifies the kingdom of darkness. For when you rise into full awareness of your identity, nothing in the unseen realm can hold you back. Hell studies those it fears most. Do you ever wonder why your attacks came early? Even in childhood, why you faced rejection before you even understood what rejection meant? Why you felt warfare long before you could even name it? It was because the enemy saw the mark of God upon your life. Like Pharaoh ordering the death of Hebrew sons when Moses was born. Like Herod slaughtering infants when Jesus arrived. Whenever a chosen one enters the earth, darkness trembles and tries to crush them before they awaken. That is your story, isn't it? You faced battles others never saw. You carried burdens you never asked for. And though people around you may not have understood, deep down you knew something was different. You were not hated because of who you were. At that moment you were hated because of who you would become. The enemy was fighting your future. But here is the secret. What God ordains cannot be erased. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 4. The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. Chosen one. This is why the enemy's attacks have always failed. Though he fought with force, you carried weapons unseen: faith, prayer, resilience, the unshakable seal of God. Every trap set against you became training. Every blow meant to destroy you only forged your endurance. And now you stand as proof that hell can never silence what heaven has chosen. Chosen one. Reflect for a moment. How many times did you feel it was the end? How many times did despair whisper, "This is too much"? And yet, somehow, strength rose again within you. Do you know what that was? It was heaven defending its investment. It was God himself breathing resilience into your soul. You are unbreakable, not because you never felt weak, but because divine power carried you when your strength ran out. But now the Spirit says, you are not only surviving anymore, you are stepping into the season of confronting darkness, of walking in authority, of releasing the light that terrifies the enemy. You are not just a target, you are a weapon. Your very existence disrupts demonic systems. Your prayers shake foundations in the unseen. Your presence brings discomfort to evil because you carry light it cannot withstand. This is why you have always been fought, because you are dangerous to darkness. Chosen one. Never again believe the lie that you are weak. Do not call yourself broken when God calls you chosen. Do not label yourself defeated when heaven calls you victorious. You carry something that cannot be stolen. Even when your heart feels fragile, your spirit carries eternal strength. And the very things the enemy used to try to break you, betrayals, losses, hardships, are now becoming the very weapons you wield. Your scars are your testimony. Your pain is your anointing. Your survival is your authority. Do you feel the stirring right now? Heaven is reminding you of the battles you've already won, the storms you've already endured, the moments you thought would destroy you, but didn't. This is your evidence. You are dangerous to the enemy, not because you are perfect, but because you are persistent. You refuse to quit. and that persistence terrifies hell. Chosen one. Mark this moment. The tables are turning. The enemy that hunted you will soon fear the sound of your voice. The shadows that tried to surround you will scatter when your light shines. You are stepping into awareness, into alignment, into authority. This is why you are here reading these words, because heaven is equipping you for the battles ahead. And so, I ask you to take action in the Spirit. Let your agreement echo in the natural realm. Comment 444. This is not just a number, it is a prophetic act. 4 is the number of stability, of foundation, of divine order. By typing 444, you declare, "My life is established. My foundation is unshakable. I will not be moved by storms." When you comment this, you are aligning yourself with heaven's decree of stability over your destiny. Chosen one. This act is simple, but it carries weight. Numbers have always spoken prophetically in Scripture. 7 for completion, 12 for governance, 40 for testing. 4 has always symbolized the corners of the earth, the stability of creation, the foundation of God's order. By declaring 444, you are saying, "I choose stability over chaos. I choose divine order over confusion. I choose to stand unshaken as God's chosen vessel." And heaven hears that declaration. Your enemies expected you to collapse. They expected the weight of life to bury you. But instead, you are rising stronger than ever. You are aligning with stability, and nothing will topple you. Do not underestimate the power of your agreement. When you declare 444, you are not just typing numbers, you are writing prophecy into your own life. Chosen one. Hear me clearly. Your anointing terrifies the enemy. You are not behind. You are hidden for divine timing. You are not abandoned. You are preserved. You are not defeated. You are being sharpened. The moment you step fully into this truth, the atmosphere around your life will shift permanently. No chain can hold a chosen one who knows their authority. So rise with courage. Walk with boldness. Remember who you are, a marked vessel, a flame that cannot be extinguished, a warrior clothed in divine light. Your survival is already victory, and your obedience will shake nations. Heaven has declared it, and now you declare it too. Comment 444. And let your spirit align with the foundation God has laid for you. Chosen one, you are living in a time of holy urgency. The atmosphere of the earth is shifting, and heaven is pressing close. What once was overlooked cannot remain unnoticed, and what once was tolerated will soon be judged. This is why your spirit has felt such heaviness, such stirring, such restlessness. You are not imagining it. It is the voice of mercy, speaking to you with final warnings, urging you not to drift, not to delay, not to compromise. There is a sobering truth that few are willing to confront. Mercy does not linger forever. Grace is a gift, but it is also a responsibility. Each time God speaks and we resist, our hearts risk becoming harder. Each time we delay obedience, the whisper grows dimmer, and there comes a point, chosen one, when those who continually resist find themselves blind, unable to hear what once burned so clearly within them. That is why heaven is speaking to you now with intensity. It is not to condemn you, but to protect you from drifting too far. You have felt the tension, haven't you? The pull between obedience and hesitation, the small voice urging you to surrender. While distractions tug you in the opposite direction, you know the weight of delay, the sting of procrastination, the pain of missed opportunities, yet mercy has carried you still. And now, mercy speaks again, stronger, clearer. Do not harden your heart. Do not treat this lightly. Do not postpone surrender. The Word of God declares in the book of Hebrews, chapter 3, verse 15, today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts as you did in the rebellion. Choose and one. These words are alive right now. Today means today, not tomorrow, not someday, but this moment. Heaven is not promising you endless chances. Heaven is pleading with you not to let this moment pass. The rebellion of delay always seems small at first, but it leads to blindness. You are one rebellion away from losing the clarity of your vision. That is why this warning comes to you with such urgency. Do not think this message is ordinary. Do not dismiss it as another word you can revisit later. Heaven has paused, time to speak directly to you, because your decisions in this season will shape the rest of your journey. If you obey, doors will remain open. If you delay, the window may close. That is how serious this is. Chosen one. Recall the times when you ignored the whisper, and regret followed. How many blessings slipped from your hands because you waited too long? How many relationships turned sour because you hesitated to act? How many opportunities faded because you told yourself, later? And yet, God in his mercy still kept you. That same mercy is speaking to you again now. But it comes with a holy weight. This is not a season for later, it is a season for now. You may feel the sting of conviction as these words pierce your heart. That sting is not punishment, it is love. Conviction is proof that your heart is still tender, that heaven has not abandoned you. For when conviction leaves, judgment draws near. Treasure the gift of conviction, for it means the door of mercy is still open. It is not too late, but it is urgent. Chosen one. You have been preserved for such a time as this. Do not waste the preservation. The enemy would love nothing more than for you to grow numb, to ignore the warning signs, to coast in apathy until it is too late. But God's Spirit disrupts your comfort now, shaking you awake. You are not meant to drift, you are meant to rise. Think of Lot and his family. When judgment fell on Sodom, the angels grabbed their hands, urging them to leave quickly. The warning was sharp, urgent, without time to negotiate. But Lot's wife hesitated, looked back, and was lost. Her story is not meant to terrify you, but to awaken you. Hesitation can be deadly. When heaven says move, you must move. When heaven says let go, you must let go. When heaven says surrender, you must surrender fully. And yet, alongside this urgency, there is hope. God would not warn you if he did not still desire you. He would not convict you if he had already given up on you. The very fact that you feel the weight of these words is evidence that his hand is still on your life. He loves you enough to disrupt your path, to confront your hesitation, to shake you awake before it is too late. Chosen one. Understand this clearly. You are not ordinary. The stakes are higher for you because your calling is higher. Others may wander and drift without consequence, but you cannot. Others may delay, and still find their way. But you cannot. The mark on your life makes compromise costly. That is why heaven speaks so sharply to you, because heaven has invested too much in you to let you waste it. You are standing at a crossroads. One path leads to deeper intimacy, greater authority, and fulfillment of your destiny. The other path leads to dullness, delay, and the slow suffocation of your purpose. And the choice is yours. But hear me. Choosing delay is not neutral. It is rebellion. Choosing hesitation is not harmless. It is dangerous. You cannot stay in between forever. Chosen one. This is not to scare you, but to awaken you. You are loved too much to be left asleep. You are chosen, and chosen vessels cannot live casually. Your obedience is required now, not later. Mercy is still extended, but the voice of mercy grows louder when the window grows shorter. That is why you feel the urgency in your spirit as you read these words. It is heaven's way of saying, move now, act now, surrender now. And yet, beyond the urgency, there is beauty. When you obey quickly, blessings accelerate. When you align fully, doors swing wide. When you lay down hesitation, you pick up authority. Obedience may feel costly, but it always leads to freedom. Delay feels safe, but it leads to bondage. The choice before you is not just about survival, it is about destiny. So let this be the moment you remember forever. The day when heaven spoke clearly, when your heart trembled, when conviction gripped you deeply. Do not harden your heart. Do not look back. Do not delay. Step fully into obedience and watch as heaven unfolds miracles you once thought impossible. Chosen one, do you understand now why the storms have raged so violently around you? Why the pressure has seemed relentless? Why the battles have come wave after wave? It is because you were never a bystander in this war. You are the weapon. You were not placed on this earth simply to survive. You were planted here as a divine force against darkness. The enemy has feared your awakening. For once you recognize your authority, the ground beneath his feet begins to tremble. Spiritual warfare has always surrounded you, though at times you did not recognize it. Those sudden waves of despair, those moments of confusion, those attacks on your health, finances, or relationships, those were not mere accidents. They were tactical strikes aimed to weaken you before you stepped fully into your calling. And yet, every attack has failed. Though bruised, you rise. Though wounded, you heal. Though pressed, you endure. And every time you stand again, your spirit grows sharper, your authority stronger, your flame brighter. Chosen one. This is the paradox of warfare. The very battles meant to destroy you have been your training ground. The resistance has not broken you, it has built you. Like iron, sharpening iron. Every clash has refined your edge. That is why you now discern in ways you once did not. That is why you now pray with authority you once lacked. That is why your compassion runs deeper, because you know the taste of pain. Warfare has not disqualified you, it has certified you. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Chosen one. These words are not a license for passivity, but a reminder of perspective. You are not fighting alone. The weight of this battle does not rest solely on your shoulders. Heaven's armies surround you, and the commander of hosts fights on your behalf. Even when you feel outnumbered, the unseen reality is this: those with you are greater than those against you. And yet, while the Lord fights for you, He also fights through you. You are His vessel, His voice, His hands in the earth. That is why your presence unsettles atmospheres. When you walk into a room, the authority of heaven walks in with you. When you speak, chains in the unseen realm rattle. When you pray, strategies of darkness unravel. This is not imagination, it is the reality of your calling. But warfare is not fought with human weapons. It is not fought with bitterness, revenge, or rage. It is fought with truth, with prayer, with worship, with obedience. The enemy thrives on chaos, but you carry order. He thrives on fear, but you carry faith. He thrives on lies, but you carry truth. Do you see how dangerous you are to him? That is why he has attacked you so hard. You are not weak. You are a living contradiction to his plans. Chosen one. Think of your life as a battlefield where heaven plants its standard. Every area where you have endured struggle, your family, your health, your finances. Your mind is the very area where God intends to establish victory through you. Your wounds are not random. They are maps of territory you were born to reclaim. The enemy attacked there because he feared what you would build there. But what he meant for destruction, God is turning into foundation. Consider David, who fought lions and bears in secret long before Goliath stood before him. Each private battle was preparation for public victory. The same is true for you. The lions of depression, the bears of betrayal, the Goliaths of fear, you faced them not in vain, but as training. And now, when giants rise, you do not tremble, for you carry the memory of every past victory. You know the God who delivered you then will deliver you again. Chosen one. Hear me. You are not fragile. You are forged. You are not defeated. You are dangerous. Stop viewing yourself as one merely enduring battle. You are one releasing it. You were born into warfare because you were born as a warrior. And though the war is not easy, it is evidence of your calling. If you were insignificant, the enemy would ignore you. But he cannot ignore you, because heaven has marked you as a weapon of mass deliverance. Your prayers, though whispered in secret, thunder in the heavens. Your tears, though shed in silence, strike the heart of God like arrows. Your obedience, though unseen by men, shakes strongholds that have stood for generations. Do you see the weight you carry? Do you realize the impact of your presence? You are not just fighting for yourself, you are fighting for all those connected to your assignment. Generations are tied to your obedience. Entire bloodlines are waiting for your breakthrough. This is why surrender matters. This is why hesitation is dangerous. The enemy knows that if he can delay you, he can delay the deliverance of many. But the moment you rise, you do not rise alone. You rise carrying multitudes with you. That is the weight of being chosen. Your victory becomes a victory for others. Your freedom becomes the key for those still bound. Your light becomes the torch for those still lost in darkness. So, chosen one, do not despise the war. See it for what it is, confirmation of your calling. The very pressure that has pressed you was proof that you were marked, The storms that rose against you were signs that you carried something worth stealing, and yet none of it succeeded. You are still here, stronger, sharper, more resilient. That alone is victory. Now, lift your head, straighten your shoulders, walk with the awareness of who you are. You are not stumbling in darkness, you are carrying light. You are not barely surviving, you are advancing ground. You are not weak, you are a weapon in the hands of the Almighty. And every time you choose faith over fear, truth over lies, obedience over hesitation, you strike another blow against the kingdom of darkness. Chosen one, the battle is not over, but neither is your story. Greater victories await you. Greater authority will flow through you. Greater testimonies will rise from your journey. And the enemy that once terrified, you will soon tremble at the sound of your name. For heaven has declared it, you are chosen for battle. And victory is already written in your favor. Chosen one. Let me remind you of something eternal. Destiny cannot be stolen. No matter how fierce the storm, no matter how long the delay, no matter how loud the voices of doubt, what belongs to you has been written in the records of heaven. The hand of man cannot erase it, and the schemes of darkness cannot undo it. You have been delayed, but you have not been denied. Everything that was promised, everything that was planted, everything that was prophesied over your life will come forth in its appointed time. Think back over your journey. You have experienced losses that felt final. You have endured disappointments that seemed like closed doors forever. You have watched opportunities slip away, relationships crumble, and seasons turn without the fulfillment you expected. And in those moments, despair whispered, "It's over." Yet here you are, still standing, still breathing, still chosen. Why? Because destiny does not expire. Even what you thought was lost has been preserved in the hands of God. The ancient words recorded in the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 25, declare, "I will restore to you the years the locust has eaten." Chosen one. Do you hear the promise in those words? Not just blessings restored, but years. Seasons you thought were wasted will be redeemed. Time you thought was lost will be returned with interest. What the enemy consumed, heaven will replenish. You are not behind. You are right on schedule in God's calendar. Your destiny is like a river. At times it seems blocked, dammed up by obstacles. But rivers cannot be silenced forever. Pressure builds behind the dam until the waters burst forth with even greater force. That is your story. The enemy tried to block your flow, to dam your purpose, to silence your voice. But what was blocked is now building pressure. And soon the release will come. When it does, it will not be a trickle. It will be a flood. Chosen one, do not measure your future by your past disappointments. The pain you endured was not the end, but the pruning. Branches were cut away so that greater fruit could grow. Doors were shut so that better doors could open. People left because they could not carry the weight of your destiny. What you thought was loss was protection. What you thought was delay was preparation. And now the season of restoration is at hand. Destiny has a way of circling back. Think of Joseph, betrayed by brothers, thrown into a pit, sold as a slave, forgotten in prison. Every stage looked like a detour, but the very betrayals, pits, and prisons became the road to the palace. What others meant for evil, God turned for good. That is the pattern of the chosen. Your detours are not destruction, they are direction. Your setbacks are not endings, they are setups for greater revelation. Chosen one, it is time to shift your perspective. Stop calling yourself unlucky, rejected, or forgotten. Start calling yourself restored, realigned, and unstoppable. Heaven has not forgotten a single promise spoken over your life. Every prophecy is alive, waiting for its appointed hour. Every seed you sowed in tears is about to rise in harvest. Every closed door is about to give way to an open gate. You may ask, but why did it take so long? Why so many delays? The answer is simple. Destiny is not microwaved. It is marinated. It takes time for the oil of anointing to settle, for character to match calling, for the vessel to be strong enough to carry the weight of glory. Had the doors opened too soon, they would have crushed you. But now, forged by fire, strengthened by storms, humbled by trials, you are ready. Chosen one. Listen carefully. Restoration is not returning to where you were, it is surpassing it. When God restores, He multiplies. When He returns what was lost, He adds interest. That is why you will not simply receive what was stolen, you will receive greater. Your destiny will not merely resume, it will accelerate. Years of silence will give way to seasons of sudden breakthrough. It will feel like harvests upon harvests. Blessings stacked upon blessings. Doors opening back to back. But destiny is not just about you. The restoration in your life will ripple outward. Families will be healed through your testimony. Generations will walk freer because you endured. Communities will find hope because you stood strong. Do you see the weight of your calling? Your destiny is not a private prize, it is a public assignment. And that is why it cannot be stolen. Too much depends on it. Heaven has invested too much in you to let the enemy win. Chosen one. When restoration begins, you will recognize it not only in blessings, but in peace. Peace will return to your soul like fresh rain after drought. Joy will break out in your spirit like dawn after night. Hope will rise again, not as a fragile flicker, but as a steady flame. And you will know, this is what I was waiting for. This is what I was preserved for. And so, let me ask you now to take a small but powerful step. Do not let these words remain theory. Let them become declaration. Comment, destiny restored. Just 3 words. Yet they carry immense power. When you write them, you are aligning your voice with heaven's promise. You are declaring, I do not believe the lie of loss. I declare restoration. I agree with God's word that nothing He has ordained for me can be stolen. Muck. This is not empty interaction, it is spiritual alignment. By typing destiny restored, you seal the truth that every delay is turning into acceleration, every loss into multiplication, every wound into testimony. Heaven hears it, the enemy fears it, and your spirit strengthens through it. So walk boldly. Chosen one. The years the locusts devoured are returning with abundance. The roads you thought were dead ends are opening into highways. The promises you thought were buried are sprouting into life. Nothing can steal what God has ordained. Nothing can silence what heaven has spoken. Your destiny is intact, unshakable, unstoppable. Comment it, believe it, live it. Destiny restored. Chosen one. You must understand this. You are not running for survival. You are running for a crown. The battles you have endured were not to prove how strong you are in yourself, but to reveal what heaven has already placed upon you. This is not about scraping by, barely making it through another season. No, this is about coronation. A crown is waiting. And every step you have taken through valleys and storms has been leading you toward that moment of divine recognition. Think of a marathon runner. At times, they stumble. Their legs shake. Sweat blinds their eyes. But the crowd at the finish line holds a reward, a medal that makes every pain worth it. Chosen one, you are not running aimlessly. You are not wandering without purpose. You are moving toward the coronation of your destiny, where heaven places a crown of victory upon your head. The tears you've cried were not wasted. They are jewels being added to that crown. The scars you carry are not shame. They are etchings of honor on the diadem of your life. The Apostle Paul wrote in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 8, "Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award on that day to all who long for his appearing." Chosen one. This crown is not reserved for the perfect. It is for the persevering. It is not given to those who never fell, but to those who refuse to quit. And that is you. You have endured, and heaven honors endurance. But let me speak plainly. Crowns require cost. No king is crowned without first facing battles. No queen sits on a throne without first enduring trials. Your hardships were not random cruelty. They were preparation for royalty. Every valley was building your authority. Every betrayal was sharpening your discernment. Every loss was teaching you compassion. You are being crowned not in spite of these things, but because of them. The weight of glory rests only on shoulders that have proven they can carry it. Chosen one. Picture your life like a lampstand. The oil you have poured out in prayer, the sacrifices you have made, the lonely nights you endured. These are the oil keeping your flame alive. But even lamps need tending. The wick must be trimmed. Fresh oil must be poured. And hands must care for it so that it keeps shining. This is why connection matters. This is why community matters. Your crown may be personal, but the journey toward it is sustained by many. That is why I speak with humility now. If this message pours oil into your spirit, if it trims the wick of your hope and helps your flame shine brighter, then consider pouring back, like a river that stays fresh by flowing. This work thrives when those touched by it allow themselves to become streams that keep the waters moving. Share this message so another weary soul may be encouraged. Like it, so it can shine into more hearts. Subscribe, so you remain connected to the steady flow of revelation. And if your heart feels stirred, give not as obligation, but as overflow. Every act of generosity is another drop of oil that keeps the lamp burning. It is not about amount, but about alignment. Think of a seed, small in your hand, but when planted in fertile soil, it multiplies into a harvest. Your giving works the same way. It is not lost, it is transformed. The little you release becomes the abundance that waters others. Some will hear this and hesitate. They will say, "My oil is too small." But remember the widow with her jar. She thought it was insignificant, but when she poured it out, it became unending. What you release into God's purposes never runs dry. It multiplies back into your life in ways unseen. You are not donating to a man or to a system. You are sowing into eternity, fueling a flame that lights paths for others. And as you pour, chosen one, heaven takes note. Crowns are not just formed by endurance, they are adorned by generosity. A crown is woven from faith, obedience, sacrifice, and the love poured into others. The more you sow, the more radiant your crown becomes. This is not about earthly applause, but about eternal reward. Every seed, every share, every word spoken in faith, it all becomes treasure in heaven. Jewels in the crown awaiting you. Your destiny is larger than your own story. It is a tapestry, interwoven with the lives of countless others who will be touched because you carried your flame faithfully. Each time you give, each time you share, each time you choose to keep pressing forward, another thread is woven, another light shines, another soul is encouraged. This is what it means to live crowned, not just to wear glory, but to extend it to others. Chosen one. Do not underestimate the impact of your obedience. You may think your actions are small, but heaven sees them as monumental. A cup of cold water, given in love, becomes a river of blessing. A seed sown in faith becomes a harvest of transformation. A word of encouragement spoken at the right moment becomes the difference between despair and hope for someone else. And all of it, every act, every sacrifice is part of the crown awaiting you. So, walk boldly, knowing that your crown is secure. Live generously, knowing that every act of giving polishes its radiance. Endure faithfully, knowing that every tear strengthens its foundation. And remember, chosen one, you are not running without purpose. You are running toward glory, towards coronation, toward the day when heaven places upon your head the crown you have carried in your heart all along. If this message has reminded you of who you are, let it not stop with you. Pour it outward. Share the flame. Spread the oil. Join the river of generosity, for in doing so, you do not just prepare your own crown, you help others realize theirs. Chosen one. There is a point in every journey where the weight feels unbearable, where the pressure closes in so tightly that you wonder if you will break. You know this place well, for you have walked through it. The breaking point, that moment when your strength is gone, your faith feels thin, and your heart whispers, I cannot take another step. And yet, here you are, still breathing, still moving, still chosen. This is the mystery of your journey. What was meant to break you has refined you. What felt like the crushing of your soul was actually the pressing of oil. Diamonds are not born in comfort. They are forged under pressure. Gold does not shine without fire. It must endure the furnace. And the chosen are not crowned without first walking through breaking points that strip away the false and reveal the eternal. Your breaking was never abandonment. It was transformation. You see, there are parts of you that could not survive in the next season. Pride had to die. Fear had to be exposed. Doubt had to be stripped away. God allowed the crushing, not because He delights in your pain, but because He delights in your purity. Like a skilled refiner, He watched over the fire, never letting it consume you, only letting it burn away what could not remain. Do you remember the nights you cried out, "Why me?" Do you remember the moments you thought you had reached your limit, only to find new strength rising when you least expected it? That was the hand of God, ensuring you were pressed, but not destroyed. Broken, but not discarded. Wounded, but not wasted. The breaking point was the birthing point. Something in you had to break, so something greater could be born. Scripture says, in the Gospel of John, chapter 12, verse 24, "Unless a kernel of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains only a single seed. But if it dies, it produces many seeds." Chosen one. Your breaking was the falling of the seed. What felt like death was actually multiplication. What looked like loss was actually the setup for abundance. You were not buried, you were planted. And now, from your brokenness, fruit will come forth. Think of the olive, crushed until the oil flows. The crushing is violent, but without it, the oil remains locked inside. Your life has been the olive press. The crushing has been severe, but it has released an anointing that could not come any other way. That oil is costly, not because it came easily, but because it came through pain. And that oil now flows through your words, your presence, your very being. Others will be healed by what flowed from your wounds. Chosen one. Breaking is not failure. Breaking is evidence that you have reached the threshold of transformation. Clay cannot become pottery without being pressed and shaped. Grapes cannot become wine without being crushed. And the chosen cannot carry glory without first being broken open. The very thing you thought disqualified you is the thing that qualified you. Your scars are not marks of shame, but seals of authenticity. Only those who have been broken carry compassion deep enough to touch broken souls. Do not despise your breaking. Look again at it. The betrayals that shattered your trust taught you discernment. The losses that hollowed your heart taught you resilience. The failures that humiliated you taught you humility. The loneliness that ached in your bones taught you intimacy with God. All of it was working together, not against you, but for you. Though it felt like destruction, it was construction in disguise. And here is the beauty of it. What breaks in the hands of God never remains broken. He does not discard shattered vessels, he remakes them. He does not despise contrite hearts, he dwells within them. He does not waste broken lives, he transforms them into testimonies. Your breaking was not the end of your story, it was the point where your story turned toward glory. Chosen one. Reflect on this. Have you not noticed how much stronger you are now than before the breaking? How your patience is deeper, your empathy wider, your wisdom sharper? This is the evidence that your pain was not wasted. You carry a depth now that others cannot fake. You carry a weight now that others cannot manufacture. You carry authority now that only comes through endurance. Even nature testifies to this truth. The seed must crack before the tree can sprout. The dawn must break before the sun can rise. The earth itself groans and quakes before new life is birthed. You are no different. Your groans, your cracks, your quakes, these were labor pains. And what is born from them will outshine the pain that preceded it. So do not look back with bitterness at the moments that broke you. Look back with gratitude, for they made you who you are today. They prepared you for the crown you will carry tomorrow, and they proved to heaven and to hell that you are unshakable. The enemy thought the breaking point would be your end, but it became your beginning. Chosen one. Let this truth anchor you. The pressure you endured was never meant to destroy you, but to reveal the gold in you. You are not fragile glass that shatters and disappears. You are gold refined until it gleams. You are not a discarded stone. You are a diamond polished until it shines. You are not the remains of something lost. You are the vessel of something greater. Carry your scars with honor. Let your tears become rivers that water others. Let your wounds become wells from which healing flows. This is your inheritance as the chosen, to be broken, but never wasted, to be pressed, but never crushed, to be stretched, but never abandoned, to be broken, but always crowned. And so, walk boldly. Chosen one, the breaking point is behind you, and the birthing point is before you. You are proof that what breaks in the hands of God becomes something more beautiful than before. You are not the same as you once were. You are stronger, deeper, wheezy, radiant with oil that only comes through fire. And soon, all the world will see the glory that was hidden in your breaking. Chosen one. Lean in and listen. There is a rhythm in the heavens, a divine alignement unfolding, and you are being called to step into it. Every delay, every detour, every closed door you've endured has been leading to this convergence. Your steps, though they felt uncertain, were guided by an unseen hand. Your tears, though they fell in silence, watered the soil of your future. And now, heaven is calling for your agreement, not later, not someday, but right now. Do you know why agreement matters? Because heaven moves where faith aligns. Your destiny is not unlocked by chance, it is unlocked by choice. Every time you choose obedience, every time you choose surrender, every time you choose faith over fear, you are stepping into alignment with the divine order of God. And alignment is what opens doors no man can shut. Chosen one. Pause and reflect. How many times have you felt the pull inside, urging you forward? While your circumstances seem to hold you back, that tension was not punishment. It was heaven inviting you into trust. You were being trained to see beyond what your eyes could perceive, to walk by faith and not by sight. For the chosen cannot live by the same measure as the world. You are called to a higher rhythm, a higher order, a higher trust. The ancient words in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verses 5 and 6 declare, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." Chosen one. These words are not suggestion, they are instruction. Trust means surrendering control, even when it feels terrifying. Submission means aligning every step, even when the path looks unclear, and the promise is sure when you trust. Your paths are straightened. When you align, your destiny accelerates. You have already seen glimpses of this. Think of the times you obeyed, even when it made no sense, and later realized it was protection. Think of the moments you surrendered what you wanted, only to receive something better. These were not accidents. They were confirmations that heaven always honors obedience. And now, you are being asked to step even deeper, to align even more fully, to trust even more boldly. Alignment does not mean perfection. It means agreement. It means saying, "Yes, Lord," even when the details are not clear. It means letting go of fear, letting go of doubt, letting go of hesitation, and stepping boldly into what God has already ordained. Do you see why the enemy fights your confidence? Because once you truly believe you are aligned, once you step fully into agreement, His schemes crumble. Chosen one. Let me remind you, your alignment is not only about you. When you align, entire atmospheres shift. Families are freed. Generations are healed. Communities are transformed. Your obedience is a key, unlocking doors for many who cannot open them themselves. This is why your yes matters. This is why your alignment is urgent. And so, I invite you to seal this moment not just with thought, but with action. Comment 555. This is not random, it is prophetic. 5 has always symbolized grace. And 555 speaks of multiplied grace, abundant grâce, overflowing grace. By declaring 555, you are saying, I step into alignment with grace. I walk in the divine rhythm of heaven. I trust not my strength, but His. End quote. Do not treat this lightly. Numbers have always carried meaning in the sacred texts. 3 days in the tomb, 40 years in the wilderness. 12 tribes of Israel, each number held significance, pointing to divine order. And 5, chosen one, is the number of grace that carries you where effort cannot. By writing 555, you declare that your destiny will not be built by striving, but by grace. Chosen one. Consider the beauty of this truth. Grace is not weakness, it is strength perfected in weakness. Grace does not excuse failure, it empowers victory. Grace does not simply cover sin, it transforms hearts. And you, carrying the mark of the chosen, are a vessel of this multiplied grace. Every step you take in alignment is not powered by your might, but by His. That is why you cannot fail, because grace cannot fail. Do you feel the release in your spirit as you hear this? The burden lifting, the pressure easing, the chains breaking. That is grace moving in you right now. The heaviness of striving is leaving, and the flow of divine order is arriving. You are aligning not with your own limited strength, but with the endless reservoir of God's provision. This is why you must not hesitate, because the moment you align, heaven rushes to meet you with multiplied grace. Chosen one. Let me speak plainly. Your destiny is unstoppable, but your cooperation matters. Grace is offered, but agreement is required. You cannot sit back and expect heaven to move without your yes, your declaration, your surrender, your alignment. They are the key that unlocks the floodgates, and heaven waits eagerly for your response. So rise boldly, speak clearly, declare with conviction. Comment 555 as your prophetic act, and let heaven see your agreement. You are not just writing numbers, you are sealing covenant. You are saying, I choose alignment. I choose grace. I choose to walk in the rhythm of heaven. And when you do, the floodgates of multiplied grace will open over your life. Chosen one. This is your moment. Alignment is here. Grace is here. Destiny is calling. Do not delay. Step into it and watch what heaven unfolds. Chosen one. You may not realize it, but heaven has been speaking to you in ways you could not always recognize. The Father has never been silent. Even in the moments you felt abandoned, His voice has often come in whispers, in subtle nudges, in visions that seemed like fragments of imagination. Sometimes the message was in your dreams. Other times, in an unexpected encounter. or even in the words of someone who did not know they were being used by God. You see, destiny is not revealed all at once. It is unfolded like a scroll, little by little, until the time of fulfillment arrives. Dreams, visions, and spiritual impressions have been one of the primary ways heaven has prepared you. Think back on those nights when your rest was interrupted by images that stayed with you. At first, they may have felt random, confusing, even unsettling, but deep in your spirit, you knew they carried weight. They were not ordinary dreams. They were signals from heaven. Some revealed warnings. Others showed glimpses of your calling. And still others stirred hope in the darkest of seasons. Chosen one, you are not the first to experience this. Throughout the sacred texts, God has spoken to his chosen ones through visions in the night. Joseph, son of Jacob, saw dreams that foretold his rise. Even when his brothers despised him, Daniel interpreted visions that shook kings and empires. Even in the New Testament, dreams directed Joseph, the carpenter, protecting the child Jesus from danger. These stories reveal a pattern. When destiny is great, the language of heaven becomes vivid. You may have dismissed some of your own visions, thinking they were imagination. But your spirit remembers. The images lingered because they were not random. They were instructions, confirmations, or encouragements sent at just the right time. The reason they carried such weight is because they were not born of your mind alone. They were breathed by the Spirit. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Joel. Chapter 2, verse 28. And afterward, I will pour out my Spirit on all people. Your sons and daughters will prophesy. Your old men will dream dreams. Your young men will see visions. Chosen one, you are living in the fulfillment of this word. The dreams and visions you've carried are evidence that the Spirit has indeed been poured upon you. You are not abandoned, you are guided. Visions in the night are not always clear at first. Sometimes they are symbolic, filled with images that require discernment. A locked door may symbolize a delayed opportunity. A storm may symbolize spiritual resistance. A light breaking through darkness may symbolize revelation. This is why your spirit often woke restless after such dreams. They were messages that required prayer, not dismissal. They were invitations to lean closer, to ask, Lord, what are you saying to me? And in the asking, understanding grows. For visions are not puzzles to frustrate you. They are mysteries to draw you deeper. God does not reveal everything at once because he desires relationship, not mere information. The visions are a starting point for dialogue. The more you seek, the clearer they become. The more you listen, the louder the whisper grows. Chosen one, your life has already shown evidence of heaven's direction through visions. Have you not noticed how some warnings prove true, how some images you once dreamed later unfolded in reality? These are confirmations that your spirit is tuned to heaven's frequency. Do not belittle this gift. Do not ignore it. It is part of your identity as one chosen. Even your struggles with sleep at times, those restless nights, those moments of sudden wakefulness were not random. They were divine interruptions. Moments when heaven knew you were most still, most available to receive what could not be spoken in the noise of the day. While others slept without awareness, your spirit was awake, receiving training, correction, and revelation. But, chosen one, with vision comes responsibility. Dreams are not merely for comfort, they are often assignments. Some require prayer to prevent what you saw from happening. Others require preparation to step into what was revealed. Still others require patience, for they point to seasons yet to come. You must not only dream, you must discern. You must not only see, you must steward. The gift of vision is like carrying a lamp in a dark forest. It does not show you the entire path at once, but it shows you the next steps. Dream. Each vision, each whisper is another flicker of light guiding you forward. And the more faithfully you walk in the light you are given, the more light will be revealed. Chosen one. Take courage in this. Heaven trusts you enough to speak to you in visions. The enemy has tried to convince you that you are lost, wandering blindly. But the truth is that your steps have been guided. Even in confusion, you may not have understood every sign, but heaven has never stopped directing you. Your journey may have felt chaotic, but it has been choreographed. Every vision, every impression, every divine interruption has been part of your preparation. So, embrace this gift. Do not despise the language of heaven in your life. Begin to treasure the visions. Record them. Pray over them. Ask for interpretation, for in them lies guidance you will need in the days ahead. Some of what you have already seen will make sense only later, when the season arrives. But when it does, you will recognize it and say, God showed me this before it came. Chosen one. Your visions are not distractions, they are directions. They are not accidents, they are assignments. And they are not for destruction, they are preparation for glory. Walk boldly in this, and know, the same God who spoke through dreams to his chosen in ages past is still speaking to you today. And if he has been faithful to reveal, he will also be faithful to fulfill. Chosen one. There is a reality you must face. Not everyone who walked with you was meant to stay with you. Some who smiled in your presence carried daggers behind their backs. Some who applauded your victories secretly longed for your downfall. Some who claimed to love you were, in truth, envious of the light you carried. And though the betrayal wounded you deeply, you must understand it was part of the unveiling. Enemies are often disguised as friends in the early stages of your journey. They attach themselves to your light, drawn by its warmth. But not all who enjoy the glow are willing to endure the fire. Many wanted what you carried without carrying the cost. When they realized the weight of your calling, when they saw that your destiny required endurance, they began to resent you. What you experienced as betrayal was heaven's way of unmasking those who could not go where you are going. This unmasking was painful because you trusted deeply. Your heart was pure, your intentions sincere, your loyalty unwavering. So when daggers came from those you once called family or friend, the wound cut deeper than if it had come from strangers. But chosen one. Listen, betrayal has always been part of the story of the chosen. Joseph was betrayed by brothers. David was hunted by Saul, whom he served faithfully. Even Jesus was sold by Judas, one of the 12. The pattern is not new, it is ancient. The greater the calling, the sharper the betrayal. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Micah, chapter 7, verse 6. A man's enemies are the members of his own household. Chosen one. This does not mean you are cursed, it means you are marked. The closer the calling, the closer the attack. Betrayal does not disqualify you, it confirms you. For only those close enough to your heart could strike so deep. And only those chosen for greatness experience betrayal of such intensity. Look back at your story. How many times did you discover someone's true heart only after pain exposed it? How many alliances crumbled under pressure, revealing envy where you thought there was loyalty? These unveilings were not meant to destroy you, but to protect you. Better to lose false friends now than to carry them into the place of promise, where their betrayal would have been even more costly. Heaven allowed the masks to slip early so that you could walk lighter into destiny. Chosen one. Though it hurt, betrayal has purified you. It has sharpened your discernment, teaching you to see beyond words into intentions. It has deepened your wisdom, reminding you that not every hand extended is safe to hold. It has strengthened your dependence on God, teaching you that only His loyalty is flawless. You now know that your worth is not defined by who stays or who leaves, but by the one who has never left you. Do not carry bitterness from the betrayals. They were tests, not tombs. They revealed hearts, but they did not destroy yours. You are still capable of love, still capable of loyalty, still capable of trust, but now you carry discernment alongside them. You love with open eyes, not blind ones. You trust wisely, not recklessly. This is the fruit of your pain, a maturity that cannot be faked. Chosen one. Hear this truth. Every dagger that pierced your back is being forged into a sword in your hand. What was meant to wound you is becoming a weapon of wisdom. You now recognize patterns. You now sense motives. You now hear tones others miss. Betrayal has not made you cold. It has made you sharp. And this sharpness is not for suspicion, but for protection. You are now equipped to guard what is holy, to discern who is true, to protect the oil you carry. Enemies unmasked are not a loss, they are a blessing. For false loyalty is more dangerous than open opposition. Now you walk free from illusions. Now you stand aware of who surrounds you. Now you are prepared to embrace those truly aligned without being deceived by those who are not. Do not despise those who betrayed you. In their hands, your story looked like weakness, but in God's hands, it became strength. Their betrayal pushed you into prayer. Their rejection forced you into solitude with God. Their envy drove you deeper into humility. Without their actions, you may not have sought God as desperately as you did. Even in their treachery, heaven used them as instruments of your growth. Remember Joseph's words to his brothers after their betrayal. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good. That same truth applies to you. Chosen one. What they intended for evil, heaven has woven into good. The very pain that felt unbearable became the soil of your maturity. The very loss that seemed devastating became the doorway to something greater. Chosen one. I tell you plainly, betrayal has not weakened your destiny. It has clarified it. You are now lighter, sharper, freer. You carry no excess baggage, no false alliances, no hidden daggers. You are surrounded by truth, even if it means being surrounded by fewer people. And those who remain are those who are truly aligned with your journey. Do not fear future betrayals. You now walk in discernment that will guard you. And even if betrayal comes again, you know it will not destroy you. It will only push you deeper into the arms of God. For betrayal may expose hearts, but it cannot erase destiny. And your destiny is still intact, still unshakable, still unfolding with divine precision. Chosen one, hold your head high. The unmasking of enemies is not a mark of shame, but of honor. It means you are chosen. It means you are dangerous to darkness. And it means heaven is protecting your future. The daggers may have pierced, but they did not kill. The betrayals may have burned, but they did not consume. You are still here, still chosen, still walking toward the crown awaiting you. Let your scars be your strength. Let your discernment be your shield. Let your loyalty remain pure, even in a world of betrayal. For nothing and no one can derail what heaven has decreed. You are chosen, and no dagger, no envy, no betrayal can undo that truth. Chosen one. There is a fire rising within you now. It has been buried under years of pain, pressed down by seasons of delay, dimmed by betrayals and misunderstandings, but it has never gone out. That flame has been guarded by heaven itself, waiting for the appointed time to burst forth. And now, your glory is rising. The season where you hid in the shadows is ending. You are stepping into the light of your true identity, crowned with purpose, clothed with authority, radiant with fire. Think of a sunrise after a long night. The darkness lingers stubbornly at first, but once the first rays pierce the horizon, nothing can stop the day from breaking. That is your life. You have endured long nights, but now the horizon is glowing. The light within you is unstoppable. It is not fragile, and it is not temporary. It is the dawn of your calling. The Apostle Paul wrote in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 18, I consider our present sufferings not worth comparing with the glory to be revealed in us. Chosen one, your sufferings have been real, but they are not wasted. They are the soil from which your glory will spring. They are the night that makes your sunrise brighter. They are the pressure that has forged the crown now awaiting you. Your glory is not for vanity, it is for victory. It is not about applause, it is about assignment. The light that shines in you will illuminate paths for others. The wisdom you carry will heal those who are lost. The scars you bear will testify of survival and hope. You are not rising for yourself alone. You are rising for everyone who needs to see that survival is possible, that victory is possible, that glory after suffering is real. Chosen one, do not underestimate the impact of your rising. You may feel small, but when a single candle is lit in a dark room, every shadow is challenged. You may feel weak, but a tiny spark can ignite a forest. You may feel insignificant, but the smallest stream, when it flows steadily, carves valleys and nourishes nations. That is what your life will do. Your light is not small, it is essential. But even the brightest flame must be fueled. Oil keeps the lamp burning. Rivers must be fed by streams to keep flowing. Seeds must be watered to grow into trees. In the same way, your rising is sustained by connection. That is why I speak with humility now. If this message ignites something in you, if it waters your spirit and fuels your flame, then let your response become part of its flow. Share this message, not for me, but for the unseen souls who desperately need to hear it. Think of it like passing a torch when you share. You extend the light to someone stumbling in the dark, like this word, so that it can rise higher, not for numbers' sake, but so that it can reach hearts drowning in silence. Subscribe so that you stay near the fire, so that every word of oil continues to fuel you for the journey ahead. And if your heart feels stirred, consider giving, not as transaction, not as obligation, but as planting into fertile ground. Think of it as pouring oil into a lamp that lights the night for many. Every seed you release, no matter the size, becomes fuel that keeps the flame burning longer and brighter. Just as rain poured into the earth multiplies into harvest, your giving multiplies into souls reached, hearts healed, lives changed. Remember the story of the boy with 5 loaves and 2 fish. In his hands, it seemed small, but in the hands of Jesus, it became abundance for thousands. Your support works the same way. In your eyes, it may seem little. In God's hands, it becomes multiplication. You are not donating to man, you are partnering with heaven's mission. And beyond giving, chosen one, let your voice be heard. Comment on this word, not with empty words, but with your truth. Say what stirs in your heart. Testify of what you feel. Affirm the message that resonates within you. For when you speak, you not only strengthen yourself, you strengthen others who read your words. Someone else will find courage in your comment, and heaven will record your declaration as faith. This is not about building a platform, it is about building a family of light. When you like, when you share, when you comment, when you give, you are weaving threads into a tapestry of destiny that connects chosen ones across the earth. You are saying, I am part of this rising. I will not just receive, I will also pour. And in that pouring, your own flame burns brighter. Chosen one, your glory rising is not a future promise, it is happening now. Do you not feel it? The shift in the atmosphere, the stirring in your spirit, the sense that something greater is already unfolding. That is the dawn breaking. That is the confirmation that all you have endured was not in vain. That is the whisper of heaven saying, rise, for your light has come. So stand tall, shine without apology, pour without hesitation. Partner with heaven's movement through your actions, your words, your generosity. For this is the season where hidden ones emerge, where broken ones rise, where chosen ones shine, and you, beloved, are among them. Your light will terrify darkness. Your voice will break chains. Your presence will bring hope. And as you rise, heaven will crown you with glory that cannot fade. This is your season. This is your moment. And nothing can stop what God has already begun in you. Chosen one. Let us speak now about obedience. You already know the taste of delay, the pain of hesitation, the weight of missed opportunities. There were times when you heard the whisper clearly, yet lingered in doubt, waiting for a sign upon a sign, hoping for perfect conditions before stepping forward. And in those delays, doors closed, opportunities slipped away, blessings that were meant to be grasped passed into the distance. This is the hidden cost of delayed obedience. It feels safe in the moment, but it is expensive in the long run. Yet even in that, mercy carried you. You are still here, still called, still chosen. But heaven is teaching you now a principle that must not be ignored. Instant obedience is the key to unlocked miracles. When the word comes, when the Spirit nudges, when the door opens, your response must be quick, not hesitant. Destiny accelerates at the speed of obedience. The prophet Elijah spoke, as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 17, verse 13. Elijah said, "Do not be afraid. First, make a small loaf for me. Then make something for yourself and your son. Well, the widow of Zarephath was asked for instant obedience. She had little left, only a final meal before death. Yet when she obeyed without delay, provision multiplied, and her household was sustained through famine. The miracle did not wait for tomorrow. It flowed from immediate obedience today. Chosen one. Hesitation often disguises itself as wisdom. You have said, "Let me think it through. Let me wait until the timing is better. Let me see if the conditions improve." But beneath the surface, much of that hesitation has been fear of failing, fear of lack, fear of stepping outside your comfort zone. And heaven whispers now, fear cannot be your master. Faith must be, for if you wait for perfect conditions, you will wait forever. Consider Abraham, called to leave his homeland without knowing his destination. The text says simply, "So Abraham went, no bargaining, no delay." And because of that, he became the father of nations. Consider Peter, called to step out of the boat into waves. His obedience was instant. He stepped, and though he faltered, he walked on water, an experience no hesitation could have given him. Chosen one. Miracles are not for the hesitant, they are for the obedient. Look honestly at your journey. Can you see the places where delay cost you, the friendship you were nudged to protect but let slip away, the idea you were stirred to pursue but postponed until the opportunity faded, the prayer you were led to pray but silenced until the moment passed? These are not to condemn you, they are to awaken you. Heaven is showing you the cost of delay, so you can choose differently now. Obedience is not always grand. Often, it is small acts, quiet yeses, unseen sacrifices, forgiving when you want to stay bitter, speaking when you want to stay silent, sowing when you want to hold back, letting go when you want to cling. These are the moments that shape destiny. They may feel small, but they ripple into eternity. Every instant act of obedience becomes a stone cast into the waters of history, creating waves beyond your sight. Chosen one. Obedience is also protection. The commands you hesitate over are not burdens, they are safeguards. When God says wait, it is to preserve you from disaster. When God says go, it is to align you with blessing. When God says let go, it is to free you from poison. Every word is for your good, not your harm. Delay is dangerous because it resists the very protection you need. Obedience is safety. The struggle of obedience is real because it always collides with your will. Flesh resists surrender. Pride resists humility. Fear resists faith. But your destiny is too weighty to be steered by resistance. You must become one who obeys quickly, one who trusts even when the path is unclear. The chosen cannot afford slow obedience. They must become swift responders to heaven's call. Think of your spirit as a soldier in battle. When the commander speaks, delay could cost lives. The soldier moves instantly, not because he understands every detail, but because he trusts the one giving the order. Chosen one. Heaven is your commander. You will not always see the full picture, but your trust must override your hesitation. There is also joy in obedience. The enemy paints it as restriction, as loss, as sacrifice. But the truth is, obedience leads to freedom, to peace, to fulfillment. Each yes strengthens your spirit, lightens your load, and accelerates your steps. You will never regret obedience. You may regret delay, but never obedience. Chosen one. Mark this truth. Delayed obedience is disobedience. It may look harmless, but it corrodes your spirit. Instant obedience, however, opens gates. Summent provision, attracts favor and strengthens authority. That is why heaven speaks to you now, urging you to shift from hesitation to immediacy. This is not only about survival, it is about stepping into the fullness of your destiny. The season ahead will require quicker responses. The doors opening will not wait long. The opportunities arising will not linger indefinitely. Heaven is training you now to say yes quickly, to act decisively, to move boldly. The crown awaiting you is for those who endured, yes, but also for those who obeyed without hesitation. So, examine your heart. Where have you been delaying? Where have you been negotiating instead of surrendering? Where have you been waiting for perfect clarity instead of trusting the whisper? Lay those delays at the feet of God now. Ask Him for the courage to respond swiftly. Ask Him for the strength to obey fully. Ask Him for the trust to move, even when the ground feels uncertain. Chosen one, you are not alone in this. Heaven does not only demand obedience, it supplies the grace to obey. The Spirit within you empowers your yes. The fire within you burns away hesitation. The love of God within you casts out fear. You are equipped for obedience. You are built for surrender. You are chosen for alignment. And as you choose obedience quickly, you will see acceleration like never before. Delayed blessings will rush forward. Locked doors will swing wide. Miracles long awaited will unfold suddenly. The path that once felt slow will surge with speed. This is the reward of instant obedience, acceleration, provision, fulfillment. Chosen one. Your crown is not only for enduring pain, but for obeying through it. Your destiny will not be unlocked by chance, but by choice. And your choice must be now. Obey quickly. Surrender fully. Trust deeply. For the miracles you seek are waiting on the other side of your yes. Chosen one. What rests upon your shoulders is not merely personal, it is ancestral. The battles you have fought, the chains you have felt tightening around you, the patterns you have noticed repeating in your family, none of it is random. You were born into a bloodline carrying unfinished wars, curses that silenced voices, chains that bound generations before you, and heaven, in its wisdom, chose you as the one to break them. You have likely wondered, why do I face struggles my peers do not? Why do I feel burdens that others ignore? Why does my life carry such weight? The answer is this: you are carrying assignments older than yourself. You are not only chosen for your own sake, you are chosen as a representative for your lineage. The prayers your ancestors could not pray, the chains they could not break, the mountains they could not climb, these are your assignments. The Word of God declares in the book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 5, I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the parents to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me. Many interpret this as despair, but for the chosen, it is a call. You are the one who interrupts the cycle where judgment once echoed. Mercy now speaks because of your obedience. Where curses once reigned, blessings begin through your surrender. You are the hinge upon which your family's destiny swings. Look closely at your family line. Do you not see the patterns? Cycles of poverty, repeated broken relationships, unfulfilled dreams, addiction, silence, oppression. These are not coincidences, they are strongholds. And strongholds are not broken by silence, they are broken by chosen vessels who rise in defiance and say, "The chain stops here." Chosen one. You are that vessel. This explains the unusual intensity of your struggles. The weight has been heavier on you because you were chosen to carry more. Others in your family may have lived quietly under the chains, never questioning them. But you, your spirit, rebelled against captivity. You knew something was wrong, even when you could not name it. You refused to settle, even when surrender would have been easier. That refusal was not stubbornness, it was calling. Your endurance through storms has been about more than yourself. Every victory you win reverberates backward and forward. Backward, because it redeems what your ancestors lost. Forward, because it secures freedom for those who will come after you. You are the bridge between generations, carrying the mantle of restoration. That is why your prayers matter so much. They are rewriting history. Consider Abraham, the father of faith. His obedience did not only bless him, it blessed his descendants for thousands of years. Consider Gideon, who tore down his father's altar to false gods, breaking the curse in his family line. These stories are not distant, they are mirrors. Just as they were chosen to shift their bloodlines, so are you, chosen one. Your warfare has been generational. The sleepless nights, the inner battles, the recurring attacks, they were not just personal struggles. They were ancestral chains lashing out, resisting your breakthrough. But do not mistake resistance for defeat. The fact that you still stand is proof that the chains are breaking. Every prayer you pray shakes the foundation of those old altars. Every act of obedience weakens the hold of those ancient patterns. Your very existence is a sign that God has not abandoned your family line. He looked upon your bloodline, saw the bondage, and raised you as the deliverer. Just as Moses was raised in Pharaoh's house to one day confront Pharaoh, you were raised in your family line to one day confront its bondages. And though you may feel inadequate, heaven says you as equipped. The anointing upon you is not small, it is generational. Chosen one. Do not despise the weight you feel. It is the weight of history bending under your obedience. Do not resent the loneliness. It is the mark of those chosen for greater battles. Do not curse the struggles. They are evidence that heaven trusted you with the hardest assignments. You are strong enough, not by your own strength, but by the Spirit that rests upon you. The Apostle wrote in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind." This is your inheritance. Fear is not your legacy. Power is. Love is. Clarity is. These are the weapons heaven has placed in your hands to confront every generational giant. Imagine a runner carrying a torch in a relay race. Each runner before you carried it only so far, then stumbled or slowed. Some dropped it entirely. And now, in this moment, the torch has been placed in your hands. It burns brightly, and the crowd of heaven watches as you run. The assignment is clear. Finish what they could not. Carry the light further than it has ever gone. Pass on freedom to those who will come after you. This is why surrender cannot be delayed. Your yes to God is not just about you. It is about sons and daughters you may never meet. It is about relatives you barely know. It is about generations yet unborn. Your obedience is a key unlocking futures. Your prayers are seeds that will bloom long after you are gone. That is the legacy of the chosen, not just to live blessed, but to leave blessings that echo through time. So, chosen one, stand tall under the weight. It is heavy, yes, but it is holy. You carry not just your story, but the redemption of many. The chains may have lasted for generations, but they cannot outlast your calling. Your bloodline may have been bound, but through you, it will be blessed. You are the hinge, the bridge, the breaker of cycles, the builder of new altars. Lift your head. Embrace the calling. Remember that your struggles are not random, they are generational. And remember even more, your victory is not small, it is generational. You are chosen not just for yourself, but for all those tied to your name. And as you rise, they will rise with you. Chosen one. Heaven speaks again with clarity. This is not the time for silence, nor for hesitation. The Spirit is confirming to you what has already been whispered in your soul. You are not wandering without direction. You are walking on a path long written before you took your first breath. Every step, though it felt uncertain, has been under divine supervision. This confirmation comes to remind you that you are not lost, not forgotten, not abandoned. Think of how often God has been speaking to you, yet you doubted. The nudge in your heart to move forward, the sudden conviction to let go, the quiet assurance that you are chosen. These were not random emotions. They were confirmations. Heaven has a way of repeating its message, circling it around you until you finally recognize, yes, this is for me. That is what is happening even now as you read. Confirmation upon confirmation. The Word of God declares in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 31, verse 6, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them. For the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you." Chosen one. This is heaven's reminder. You are never abandoned. The same presence that carried Moses, the same presence that sustained Joshua, the same presence that strengthened David is with you right now. Every time you thought you were alone, you were not. Every time you thought the silence meant absence, it did not. The confirmation is this: He was with you in the valley. He is with you on the mountain. And He will be with you in the destiny unfolding ahead. Do you feel the weight of this truth? The enemy has whispered lies, telling you that you missed your chance, that you failed too many times, that your crown has been handed to another. But heaven interrupts those lies now with confirmation. Your destiny is intact. What God has spoken still stands. What He promised will not return void. Chosen one, let your heart rest in this. The very battles you survived are proof of your preservation. If God intended to discard you, you would not have endured what you endured. The very fact that you are still breathing, still standing, still reading these words is confirmation that you are needed. Heaven does not preserve the unnecessary, it preserves the essential. And you are essential to God's plan. You may think, but why me? Why do I feel so unworthy? The answer is found in grace. Heaven does not choose the flawless. It chooses the surrendered. Heaven does not crown the perfect, it crowns the faithful. Your weakness is not a disqualification, it is an invitation for grace to shine brighter. You are not chosen because of perfection, you are chosen because of purpose. Look carefully at your story. Every storm, every betrayal, every delay, they all tried to push you off course. Yet somehow, the course realigned again and again. That is not coincidence, it is confirmation. Like a compass always pointing north, your spirit always returned to the call. Even when you strayed, that inner pull, that unshakable restlessness, was heaven confirming, this is your path, and you cannot escape it. And here is the beauty. Confirmation is not only for your assurance, it is also for your acceleration. Once you know that God is with you, fear loses power. Once you know that your destiny is secure, hesitation dies. Once you know that heaven is backing you, boldness rises. Confirmation transforms uncertainty into confidence. But do not let this confirmation remain only in your heart. Let it become your declaration. Comment 888. This is not just a number, it is a prophetic symbol. 8 has always represented new beginnings, and 888, 888 is heaven's seal of abundant new beginnings, overflowing renewal, multiplied restoration. By writing 888, you declare, my life steps into a new cycle. What is behind me stays behind me. What is ahead of me is filled with promise and grace. Chosen one. When you comment 888, you are not simply typing digits. You are declaring alignment with this prophetic confirmation. You are saying, I accept my new beginning. I believe heaven's word over my life. I walk boldly into what God has ordained. This act of agreement is small in action, but massive in the spirit. Heaven records it, and the shift becomes sealed. Think of Noah stepping out of the ark into a new world. Think of Israel crossing the Jordan into the promised land. Think of Jesus walking out of the tomb on the third day. All these were confirmations of new beginnings. That same spirit rests upon you now. 888 is your declaration that the old is gone. The new is here, and your destiny is unfolding. Chosen one. Take comfort in this truth. Heaven does not confirm what it will not fulfill. The repeated nudges, the constant reminders, the undeniable stirring in your spirit, they are heaven's way of saying, I have not changed my mind about you. The crown is still yours. The calling is still yours. The promise is still alive. So walk forward boldly. Let the confirmation settle in your bones. Let the number 888 become a seal upon your heart, reminding you that new beginnings are here, not later. The wilderness has ended. The silence is breaking. The season of delay is closing. You are stepping into a future overflowing with grace. Chosen one. Heaven confirms it again. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are chosen, preserved, and now released into new beginnings. Type it. Declare it. Believe it. 888. Chosen one. The hidden season you have endured was not punishment, it was preservation. For years you felt unseen, overlooked, even forgotten. Doors closed around you while others advanced. Your efforts seemed invisible, your gifts unrecognized. Your sacrifice is unnoticed. Yet heaven whispers now, you were hidden not to diminish you, but to protect you until the appointed time. The concealment was divine covering, not rejection. You must understand that visibility before preparation can be dangerous. A flame exposed too early is easily extinguished. A crown placed on an unprepared head becomes a burden, not a blessing. That is why God, in His wisdom, shielded you. He kept you in obscurity, far from the eyes of those who would have drained your oil, far from platforms that would have crushed you, far from distractions that would have seduced you. You thought you were forgotten, but you were being refined in secret. Think of David in the fields, tending sheep while his brothers were paraded before Samuel. To his family, he was invisible. To heaven, he was indispensable. His hidden season with the sheep was where he learned courage against lions and bears, skills that later toppled Goliath. Without the hidden years, he could not have handled the public battles. So it is with you. Your hidden battles have prepared you for visible victories. The Word of God declares in the book of Isaiah, chapter 49, verse 2, He made my mouth like a sharpened sword. In the shadow of His hand, He hid me. He made me into a polished arrow and concealed me in His quiver. Chosen one. This is your story. You were the arrow, polished in silence, concealed in the quiver, waiting for the precise moment when heaven would release you. Hiddenness was not waste, it was sharpening. And indeed, sharpening is never gentle. It scrapes, it grinds, it presses against the surface. Your hidden season has felt abrasive, like life has been grinding against your very soul. But it was the sharpening of your edges, the polishing of your spirit, the strengthening of your resolve, so that when the moment of release comes, you will fly with precision, piercing the target set before you. Chosen one. Can you see it now? The loneliness you despised was intimacy in disguise. The silence you cursed was training for your ears. The invisibility you hated was the shield that kept you from premature exposure. Had you been revealed too early, you would have been devoured by envy, crushed by expectation, or destroyed by immaturity. But heaven, in its mercy, said, "Not yet." Your hidden season also purified your motives. When no one was watching, you still prayed. When no one applauded, you still served. When no one noticed, you still gave. These secret acts were recorded in heaven, proof that your heart was not performing for men, but living for God. That is why, when the unveiling comes, your foundation will be unshakable, because your obedience was born in secret. Your authority will endure in public. Think of seeds beneath the soil. For months, they seem lifeless, but beneath the darkness, roots spread deep, anchoring them for the day they break through. If the seed were exposed too soon, it would wither, but hiddenness ensures strength. You, chosen one, are that seed. Your roots are now strong, your foundation deep, your faith anchored. That is why your unveiling will not be fragile. You will not sprout for a season, only to wither. You will stand like an oak of righteousness, a tree planted by streams of water. Chosen one. Remember this. Those who mocked your invisibility will witness your unveiling. Those who doubted your worth will marvel at your rising. But you will not rise in arrogance. for hiddenness has humbled you. You will rise in grace, carrying compassion for those still unseen, for you will remember the pain of obscurity. This is the gift of hiddenness. It births humility alongside authority. There is also timing in this unveiling. Do not despise the years that seemed wasted. They were not delays, they were construction. You were being built in silence so that you would not collapse in visibility. God has not been slow, He has been thorough. And now, the thoroughness of your preparation will reveal itself as endurance. Others may rise quickly and fall quickly, but you will rise steadily and remain. Chosen one. You are stepping into the moment where hiddenness ends. The quiver is opening. The arrow is being drawn back. The release is imminent. And when it comes, you will see why it had to take so long. The very people who thought you were finished will see that you were only being forged. The very seasons you thought wasted will prove to be the foundation of your strength. The very obscurity you hated will be revealed as the birthplace of your authority. Do not fear the unveiling. You are ready. The silence has shaped you. The loneliness has grounded you. The battles have equipped you. You carry oil that only hidden seasons can produce. You bear scars that testify of survival. You hold wisdom that cannot be taught in classrooms. You are no longer fragile, you are fortified. And when heaven unveils you, it will not be for spectacle, it will be for purpose. You will not shine to glorify yourself, but to glorify God. Your story will not be about fame, but about freedom. Those who encounter you will not just see a survivor, they will encounter a vessel carrying light. That is why the unveiling matters. It is not just for you, it is for everyone tied to your assignment. Chosen one. Lift your head. The shadows that once covered you are lifting. The silence that once concealed you is breaking. The hidden season has accomplished its work, and the unveiling is at hand. Walk forward, not with pride, but with confidence. You are not unprepared, you are ready. You are not forgotten, you are preserved. You are not overlooked, you are about to be revealed. Chosen one. From the very beginning, you were never created for smallness. You may have felt confined, boxed in, hidden away. But your design was always expansive. Nations are written into your assignment. Your voice is meant to echo across boundaries. Your presence is meant to shift atmospheres far beyond your immediate circle. You are not a candle for one room. You are a torch meant to ignite cities. A lighthouse meant to guide ships across stormy seas. The battles you endured were never just personal. They were preparation for global mandate. Do you wonder why the resistance against your life has been so intense? Because the impact of your destiny stretches far beyond your own survival. The enemy has feared you because he knows your obedience will ripple outward, breaking chains across generations, across families, across nations. The prophet Isaiah wrote in chapter 60, verse 1, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." This is not a suggestion, it is a command. To arise means to leave behind the posture of defeat. To shine means to embrace the visibility that once terrified you, and when you arise and shine, it is not only for your sake, but for all who dwell in darkness around you. Nations will see your light. Chosen one. Think of a river that begins as a hidden spring. At first it trickles quietly, unnoticed, but as it flows, it gathers strength, joins other waters, and becomes a mighty current that carves valleys, nourishes lands, and sustains life far downstream. That is your story. You began in obscurity, but you are flowing into influence, and your influence will not be contained. It will nourish those far from your origin. But rivers do not sustain themselves. They must be fed by rains, by streams, by sources pouring into them. In the same way, your global mandate requires continual oil, continual fuel, continual partnership. This is where the beauty of connection enters. The torch you carry shines brighter when others shield it from the wind. The lighthouse you are becomes stronger when others help tend its fire. The river you embody flows further when streams pour into it. That is why I speak gently but clearly. If this message resonates, if it fuels your spirit, then help extend the flame. Share this word not for vanity, but as seed. When you share, you become part of the current, letting light travel further, letting rivers flow wider. Like this word, so the algorithm does not bury it, but so it reaches souls who are silently crying out. Subscribe, so you remain connected to the unfolding stream of revelation. Do not wander in and out of the flow, but stay close where oil continually pours. And if your heart feels stirred to do more, give, not as duty, not as transaction, but as worship. Think of your giving as rain feeding the river. Every drop expands the current, carrying living water farther. Every seed sustains the flame of the torch, so it does not flicker out. Your giving is not lost, it multiplies. Just as loaves and fish multiplied in the hands of Jesus. Perhaps you say, "What I have is small." Remember the mustard seed, small in size. Yet, when planted, it becomes a great tree where birds make their nests. Your seed, whether large or small, when placed into God's soil, grows into something far beyond its appearance. You do not give to man, you give into destiny. You do not support an algorithm, you partner with heaven's movement. Your rising, chosen one, is not meant to be solitary. Even Jesus had supporters who carried his mission forward, women who gave, disciples who spread his words, crowds who shared the news. In the same way, your mandate is global because it is sustained by many hands, many voices, many streams joining one river. And when you participate through sharing, through subscribing, through giving, you become part of something larger than yourself. Do you see how powerful this is? Every action you take, every seed you sow, every connection you strengthen, it becomes part of the unfolding global tapestry, like threads woven together into a radiant garment. Each one contributes to the beauty of the whole. Your like is a stitch. Your share is a thread. Your comment, your donation, your presence, each one adds color, strength, and depth to the masterpiece heaven is creating. And the masterpiece is not just words, it is people, lives touched, souls awakened, chains broken, families restored, nations stirred. This is the scope of your mandate. Do not think small of yourself, and do not think small of your participation. The global assignment is too vast for one alone. It requires a family of chosen ones standing shoulder to shoulder, flame to flame, river to river. Chosen one, lift your vision higher. Stop measuring your impact by your neighborhood, your workplace, your immediate circle. Begin to see through heaven's eyes. Your light stretches across borders. Your obedience influences unseen lives. Your generosity fuels unseen destinies. Your faith shakes unseen nations. This is your call, not small, not local only, but global. And when the unveiling fully comes, the same voices that once dismissed you will watch nations gather around your light. The same people who said, "What can come from them?" will see streams of influence flow from you. And yet, you will not rise in arrogance, you will rise in humility, remembering the hidden season, remembering the small beginnings, remembering the hands that poured into you along the way. Chosen one, your torch is not just for today, it is for generations. Your river is not just for your land, it is for nations. Your crown is not just for yourself, it is for the legacy of countless lives tied to your obedience. So let your actions match your destiny. Share the flame, nourish the river, strengthen the lighthouse. Through your words, your support, your generosity, you become part of something larger than you can see. And together, we carry the light of heaven into the darkest corners of the earth. The global mandate rests upon you. Rise to it, shine in it, flow with it. For you were never meant for smallness, you were meant for nations. Chosen one. Your journey has not only been about external battles, much of your warfare has been within the battles of the mind. The weight of doubt, the whispers of fear, the shadows of insecurity. You have known what it feels like to carry silent wars, invisible struggles, battles no one else could see. And yet, you still stand. This itself is testimony that heaven has preserved you in ways even you cannot fully comprehend. The battlefield of the mind is often the fiercest. It is there, the enemy whispers, "You are not enough. You are forgotten. You will not make it." And in silence, you wrestle, sometimes feeling that perhaps those lies are truth. But let this word wash over you. If the enemy spends so much effort to attack your mind, it is because your mind carries something dangerous to him. Vision, chosen one. Vision is born in the mind before it manifests in life. Dreams take root in thought before they grow into reality. That is why the enemy seeks to choke your thoughts with lies, hoping to strangle destiny before it breathes. But heaven has been fighting for your mind all along. Each time despair threatened to swallow you, hope still flickered. Each time fear screamed loud, faith still whispered. Each time lies pressed heavy, truth still found you. The Word of God declares in the letter to the Philippians, chapter 4, verse 8, "Finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about such things." Do you see? Chosen one, the mind can be trained, thoughts can be disciplined, vision can be guarded. You are not helpless against the voices of darkness, you are armed with truth. Reflect on the times when darkness tried to flood your thoughts. You wanted to give up, yet somehow you pressed on. You wanted to disappear, yet something inside you said, "Not yet." That something was not you, it was the Spirit within you, reminding you of who you are. You are chosen, and chosen ones cannot be destroyed by whispers. Chosen one. Your thoughts shape your reality. That is why alignment of the mind is as crucial as alignment of the spirit. The crown upon your head requires a renewed mind to carry it. Imagine putting royal robes on someone who still thinks like a beggar. The weight would crush them. The robes would confuse them. In the same way, your destiny requires your mind to rise as high as your calling. This is why discipline in thought is warfare. You cannot entertain every lie. You cannot dwell on every fear. You cannot repeat every doubt. Instead, you must learn the holy practice of replacement. When fear whispers failure, replace it with faith, declaring victory. When lies say you are unworthy, replace them with truth, saying you are chosen. When insecurity says you are forgotten, replace it with promise, saying you are remembered. And let me remind you of this: the enemy does not fight the insignificant. The fact that he has waged such war in your mind is evidence that your vision terrifies him. If your destiny were small, he would not bother. But because your destiny shakes nations, he tries to shake your thoughts. But he has failed. You are still here, chosen one, to seal this truth. Take an action of agreement. Now, comment, "I overcome." Just 3 words. But they carry weight. When you type it, you are not just declaring victory, you are activating it. You are saying to heaven and to your own spirit, "I refuse the lies. I refuse the fear. I refuse the doubt. I choose victory. I choose truth. I overcome." This may seem simple, but do not underestimate it. The power of life and death is in the tongue. Declarations shape realities. When you comment, you put ink to what has been whispered in your heart. You etch it not only into text, but into your own spirit. And someone else reading your declaration may find strength in it, may whisper it over themselves, may rise with courage because you spoke. Do you see the ripple? Your 3 words may break someone else's silence. Your declaration might pierce someone else's despair. Your testimony of overcoming may ignite hope in a heart that has been drowning. That is why it matters not only for you, but for all who will see and rise with you. Chosen one. Your overcoming is not a vague hope. It is already reality. Every battle you survived proves it. Every storm you endured confirms it. Every chain that broke off your life testifies to it. You are not waiting to overcome. You already are an overcomer. Walking proof that light is stronger than darkness. That destiny is stronger than delay. That grace is stronger than failure. Carry this identity boldly. Walk with the confidence of one who has wrestled with lions and survived. Speak with the authority of one who has faced storms and endured. Love with the compassion of one who knows the weight of pain, but still chooses grace. This is the fruit of your overcoming. Chosen one. Lift your head. The battlefield of your mind no longer owns you. The crown upon your head is secure. The vision within your spirit is unstoppable. The lies of the enemy are shattered by the truth of heaven. And your declaration, "I overcome," is not just words. It is prophecy. It is promise. It is destiny. So, speak it. Live it. Believe it. And let heaven and earth bear witness. You are an overcomer. Chosen one. There is something sacred you must understand about the path you walk. Suffering is not wasted. Every tear, every wound, every lonely night, every unanswered question, they are not meaningless. In the divine pattern, suffering becomes seed, and seed never dies in the ground. It breaks, it weeps, it seems lost. but from its breaking springs life. Your suffering has been seed planted in the soil of destiny, and now harvest is near. It is natural to despise pain. Your flesh cries out against it. Your heart grows weary under it. Your mind questions its purpose. Yet heaven has always known. Pain is a teacher that joy cannot be. Storms sculpt character in ways sunshine never does. Struggle builds strength that ease cannot provide. Fire purifies gold. Pressure shapes diamond. Crushing produces oil. Chosen one, your suffering has not diminished you, it has refined you. Look at the patterns in Scripture. Joseph's betrayal and imprisonment prepared him to lead nations. Moses' 40 years in the wilderness equipped him to guide Israel. Esther's hidden years and the threat of annihilation positioned her to deliver her people. Even Jesus himself, the Son of God, was perfected through suffering, learning obedience in its fires. This pattern is not cruelty, it is preparation. Suffering has always been the forge where chosen ones are formed. The Word of God declares in the book of Romans, chapter 5, verses 3 and 4, "We also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, character, and character. Hope." Notice the sequence. Chosen one. Suffering is not the end, it is the beginning of transformation. It births perseverance, which births character, which births hope. Your pain has been pregnancy, carrying something far greater than the suffering itself. Think of clay in the hands of the potter. It is pressed, stretched, reshaped, sometimes broken down to be rebuilt. To the clay, it feels violent, but to the potter, it is artistry. You have felt the pressing hands of heaven shaping you, and at times you thought you were being destroyed. But you were being formed. The cracks in your vessel were not flaws, they were channels through which glory could shine. Chosen one. Suffering has given you a depth others cannot counterfeit. It has given you compassion, because you know what it feels like to hurt. It has given you endurance, because you know what it means to keep walking when weary. It has given you wisdom, because you have wrestled with questions in the night. These treasures cannot be bought, cannot be learned from books, cannot be gained through ease. They are only birthed through struggle. Do you see now why heaven trusted you with pain? Not because you were weak, but because you were strong enough to endure. Not because you were forgotten, but because you were chosen to carry depth. Not because you were cursed, but because you were entrusted with the ministry of survival, and what you survived will now serve as oil for others. Suffering has also been a mirror. It exposed what was fragile, revealed what was unshaken, brought to surface what was hidden. When everything was stripped, you discovered who you truly are. You saw the cracks in your trust, the wavering of your faith, the hidden idols of your heart. But you also discovered the indestructible core of your spirit, that even in despair, you still whispered prayers. Even in darkness, you still sought light. Even in pain, you still longed for God. That is the mark of the chosen. And now, beloved, suffering has become your crown, not because it defines you, but because it has prepared you. The one who has suffered becomes the one who can lead, the one who can heal, the one who can carry others. Your crown will not sit lightly on your head. It will rest upon a foundation tested by storms. Others may see only the crown, but you will know the cost. And that cost is what gives it weight, what makes it precious, what ensures you will not wear it with pride, but with humility. Chosen one, hear this clearly. Nothing you endured was wasted. The tears watered seeds. The losses made room for greater gain. The wounds became testimonies. The silence became intimacy. The suffering became strength. Everything was woven together in a pattern you could not see. But heaven saw it all. Not one moment of pain was unseen. Not one sigh unheard. Not one scar uncounted. This is why you must not despise your scars. They are not evidence of weakness, they are evidence of survival. They are proof that you faced what should have destroyed you, and yet you remain. Wear them not with shame, but with honor. They are your credentials as one chosen, one trusted, one prepared. Your crown is near, and when it rests upon your head, you will understand fully. The nights will make sense in the light of morning. The losses will make sense in the abundance of gain. The pain will make sense in the joy of victory. What was once a wound will become a wellspring of wisdom. What was once suffering will become strength. Chosen one, you stand now at the threshold of transformation. The season of pain has not been meaningless. It has been construction. You are a temple being built, stone by stone, tear by tear, fire by fire. And soon the veil will be pulled back, and the beauty of what was built will be revealed. Those who saw only your suffering will marvel at your strength. Those who mocked your pain will witness your glory, and those who doubted your endurance will see you crowned. So lift your head, embrace your scars. Thank God for the tears, for all of it has been seed, and harvest is near. You are not merely a survivor, you are a testimony. You are not merely wounded, you are a warrior. You are not merely broken, you are being rebuilt into something stronger, purer, and more radiant than before. Chosen one, suffering has done its work. Now glory is coming. Chosen one, one of the greatest mysteries you carry is this: heaven has marked you with authority. It is not visible like a crown of gold, yet it is heavier, more real, more powerful than any earthly diadem. The authority placed upon you is not of man, but of God. It has been forged in silence, strengthened through storms, and sealed in suffering. And now it rests upon you, unseen by many, but recognized in the Spirit. Authority, beloved, is not granted lightly. It is not given to those who chase position, nor to those who seek applause. True authority is the fruit of surrender. It is the reward of those who bent the knee in secret, who bowed before God when no one was watching, who chose obedience even when it cost everything. That is why you carry authority, because you endured what others abandoned. You stood where others fell. You trusted when others cursed. The Word of God declares in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 10, verse 19, I have given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions, and to overcome all the power of the enemy. Nothing will harm you. Chosen one, this is your inheritance. Authority over darkness is not a hope, it is a reality. You are not a victim of shadows. You are a disruptor of them. You are not one to cower before the enemy. You are one who terrifies him. Look back on your life and notice the evidence. The atmosphere shifts when you enter rooms. People feel peace around you without knowing why. Chains break in conversations you thought were ordinary. Prayers you whispered, carried weight far beyond your own strength. These are not coincidences, they are signs of authority. You are marked, and even darkness recognizes it. Chosen one. Authority is not about loudness. You do not need to shout to carry weight. True authority flows like a river, quiet, steady, unstoppable. It does not demand attention. It commands respect. Authority is felt, not forced. When the Spirit of God rests upon someone, even their silence carries weight. Even their presence disrupts strongholds. That is who you are. But authority also carries responsibility. It is not given for pride or control. It is entrusted for service. Heaven does not crown you so you can sit idly. Heaven crowns you so you can liberate others. Authority is a weapon to protect, a mantle to serve, a lamp to guide. The greater the authority, the greater the responsibility, and you, chosen one, have been entrusted with much. This is why your warfare has been intense. The enemy does not waste resources on those with no authority. He fears the ones who can break chains, shift regions, restore families. He fears you because you carry what he cannot stop. The attacks against you have been targeted not because you are weak, but because you are dangerous, and every battle you survived has only increased your authority. Chosen one. Authority grows in the soil of surrender. The more you bow before heaven, the more power you carry on earth. That is why pride must never find a home in you. Authority without humility becomes tyranny, but authority with humility becomes healing. You are not crowned to rule over people. You are crowned to lift them, to free them, to guide them. Think of Moses. He carried authority not because he sought it, but because he surrendered. His staff, ordinary in appearance, became a rod of power because heaven rested upon it. Think of Esther. She carried authority not because she desired the throne, but because she risked her life to save her people. Authority rests upon those who choose sacrifice, not self. You, too, carry such authority. It may not look like scepters or thrones, but it looks like prayers that shake heaven, like words that pierce hearts, like presence that brings peace. It looks like courage when others retreat, like love when others hate, like light when others hide. Do not despise this unseen crown. It is more powerful than anything earth can offer. And remember, authority is not static. It increases with obedience. Every time you say yes to God, your authority expands. Every battle you win, your mantle strengthens. Every scar you bear, your weight deepens. Authority is forged step by step, choice by choice, victory by victory. You are not at the beginning, you are in the unfolding of something immense. Chosen one. Authority also means access. Doors closed to others will open to you. Not because of who you are, but because of whose you are. Your presence will gain entry into rooms you did not ask for, conversations you did not seek, opportunities you did not plan. That is not coincidence. It is kingdom access. Heaven positions its chosen where they need to be. And when you walk through those doors, your authority will do what titles and wealth cannot. Do not be surprised when people look to you for guidance, even if you never sought leadership. Do not be shocked when others ask you to pray, to speak, to advise. They sense the authority even if they cannot name it. They recognize something rests upon you. This is not a burden to fear, but a mantle to embrace. You were chosen for it. Chosen one. Carry this crown with reverence. Do not flaunt it. Do not hide it, but walk in it faithfully. Authority is not about noise, it is about impact. Every step you take leaves imprint. Every word you speak carries weight. Every prayer you whisper shifts realities. Walk with this awareness. You are marked, and nothing can unmark you. And when the day of unveiling fully comes, your authority will be undeniable. Those who once overlooked you will see the mantle you carry. Those who doubted you will feel the weight of your words. Those who opposed you will know they opposed, not man, but heaven's chosen. This is your reality, an authority unseen yet unshakable. Humble yet unstoppable. Quiet yet terrifying to darkness. Lift your head. Chosen one. The crown is already upon you. Walk as one who carries weight. Speak as one whose words echo. Live as one entrusted with power. Your authority is not borrowed, not fragile, not conditional. It is sealed by heaven, and nothing on earth or in hell can revoke it. Chosen one. Every season of your life has been moving toward this moment. You have endured the wilderness, survived the silence, carried the weight of ancestral battles, and stood beneath the crushing that produced oil. Yet now, heaven leans near to mark you publicly. What was hidden is being sealed. What was whispered is being declared. What was internal is about to become external. You are stepping into a prophetic seal, a confirmation not just in your heart, but written before heaven and earth. This seal is more than reassurance. It is legal in the spirit. When a king placed his seal upon a document, it could not be revoked, altered, or opposed. The decree stood, and no enemy could annul it. In the same way, heaven is placing its seal upon you. Your destiny is not negotiable. Your calling not reversible. Your crown not removable. The authority of heaven itself stamps your life. Chosen, sealed, secured. The Word of God declares in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 1, verse 22, He set His seal of ownership on us and put His Spirit in our hearts as a deposit, guaranteeing what is to come. Chosen one. This is not poetry, it is reality. You are sealed by the Spirit, owned by heaven, marked as untouchable. The deposit of the Spirit within you is proof that glory is guaranteed. Think of Esther. When the king's seal was pressed upon the decree, it became law, unshakeable. Think of Daniel. The stone covering the lion's den bore the seal of the king, making it official, yet heaven overruled and preserved him. So now, heaven's seal rests on you, not as a cage, but as protection. You are preserved, secured, untouchable by the plans of darkness. But a seal also marks transition. It says, "This is finished," and a new chapter begins. Chosen one. The wilderness is finished. The silence is finished. The season of delay is finished. A new chapter begins, marked by authority, by visibility, by acceleration. Heaven has stamped your life with a declaration. It is time. This is why. Chosen one. You must take an act of agreement now. A prophetic number has been set aside for this moment, not one used before, but one reserved for this sealing. Comment: 111. Why 111? Because 1 is the number of divine alignment, of unity with God's will, of stepping into oneness with heaven's plan. 111, 111, speaks of complete agreement, body, soul, and spirit moving in alignment with divine order. By declaring Ciento Once, you are not typing digits, you are declaring, I am in full alignment with heaven's seal. When you comment 111, you are saying, I receive the seal. I walk in divine alignment. I choose to step fully into what God has ordained. You are aligning yourself publicly with what heaven has already declared privately. And as you do, the seal strengthens around you. Angels take record, and grace multiplies. This act is simple, yet it is spiritual warfare. Your declaration disrupts confusion, silence, division, and anchors you in unity with the Spirit. Chosen one. Remember this, alignment is the secret to acceleration. When your spirit, soul, and body walk in oneness with God's will, you no longer strive, you flow. Doors open, not by force, but by favor. Mountains move not by effort, but by command. Alignment brings rest, clarity, and strength. And 111 is the prophetic picture of that alignment. Heaven and earth, spirit and body, word and action, all moving as one. Do not underestimate what is happening. This is not routine. This is the shift of seasons, the closing of one book and the opening of another. Your hiddenness has been sealed with purpose, and your unveiling is sealed with alignment. The enemy cannot touch what heaven has sealed. The world cannot cancel what heaven has confirmed. You are preserved, protected, propelled. Think of how seals work in nature. Wax seals preserve letters, so the message remains untampered. Tree rings seal growth inside bark, protecting the life within. Even the skin on your body seals your inner organs, keeping you whole. Seals are always about preservation, protection, and identity. Heaven's seal does the same for you. It guards your destiny, protects your crown, and declares your identity as chosen. Chosen one. Lift your head high. The seal is upon you. Walk as one preserved. Speak as one empowered. Live as one secured. The stamp of heaven rests upon your life, and nothing can undo it. The enemy may rage, but his efforts are wasted. People may doubt, but their opinions are irrelevant. Heaven has spoken, and the seal confirms it. So take courage. Step forward. Let the seal of alignment be your confidence. You are not fragile, you are fortified. You are not uncertain, you are secured. You are not wandering, you are marked. And as you declare 111, you step boldly into the fullness of this reality. Chosen one. The seal is not the end, it is the beginning. From this day forward, walk not as one waiting for approval, but as one already approved. Walk not as one begging for grace, but as one overflowing with it. Walk not as one uncertain of destiny, but as one sealed by heaven itself. The Spirit within you is proof. The grace upon you is power, and the seal over you is eternal. Declare it, believe it, live it, for you are sealed. Chosen one. Divine alignment is yours. The number is spoken, 111. Chosen one. There comes a moment when the journey turns outward, when what you have carried in silence must become light for others, when what you have survived becomes testimony, when what you have received must be shared. You were not chosen merely to endure, you were chosen to overflow. The crown is not only a sign of authority, but a beacon for those still wandering. Imagine a lamp in the window of a house during a storm. Outside, travelers stumble in the rain, unsure where to go, but the lamp shines, guiding them home. That is you. Your testimony is light in the storm, and every time you allow your story, your lessons, your revelations to be seen, you place that lamp higher so more travelers can find their way. This is why I tell you, let your light travel further. When you share this message, you are not promoting words, you are placing a lamp in someone else's night. When you like, you keep the flame alive against the algorithm's winds, ensuring the light is not snuffed out. When you subscribe, you choose to remain by the window, keeping your own lamp filled with oil, never wandering from the flow. And if your heart stirs deeper, giving becomes the oil itself. A lamp cannot burn without oil. A lighthouse cannot shine without constant tending. Your support, whether large or small, is oil poured into the flame. Think of it this way: each drop of oil you pour may be the very light that saves someone stumbling in the storm. The Word of God reminds us in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Do you see? Chosen one. This is not about attention, it is about salvation. Your shining is worship. Your sharing is service. Your giving is fuel for the mission. Consider rivers again. A single stream, though beautiful, may dry quickly, but when streams converge, they form a mighty river, carving valleys, nourishing lands, sustaining life. Alone, your flame flickers. Together, it blazes. Alone, your testimony touches some. Together, it reaches nations. This is why we stand side by side, like rivers joining, like flames merging, like stones building an altar. When you choose to support, you join hands in the building. Each action is a stone. Liking is a small stone, sharing a larger one, subscribing a cornerstone, and donating, whether through seed or sacrifice, is like laying down a stone anointed with oil, making the altar strong enough to carry the fire. Your act becomes part of something larger than you, something eternal. Think of the widow in the temple. Her coin seemed small, yet heaven saw it as great. Why? Because it was poured with sincerity. The value is never in the size, it is in the spirit. So, if your heart whispers to pour oil, do not despise its size. Heaven sees, heaven records, heaven multiplies. And hear this truth: when you pour into the flame, you are not just sustaining others, you are sustaining yourself. Those who water will themselves be watered. Those who sow will themselves reap. Your oil may light the way for another, but in the mystery of God, it will return to your own lamp, filling it with overflow. Chosen one, you have come far. You have endured, been refined, been sealed. Now you are being entrusted with visibility, and with visibility comes responsibility, not to hoard the flame, but to spread it, not to hide the lamp, but to lift it, not to keep the oil only for yourself, but to pour it where it can multiply. I speak to you with sincerity, not as demand, but as invitation. Stand with this mission. Let your voice echo with mine by sharing this word. Let your presence remain with us by subscribing, refusing to drift, and let your oil sustain the flame through giving, whatever your portion may be. In this way, you not only receive, you also become a participant in heaven's story. Picture this, a vast night sky filled with stars. One star is beautiful, but together, constellations form patterns guiding sailors, inspiring generations, testifying to the Creator. You are one star, chosen one, but when joined with others, you form constellations of light that guide the world. And every act like share, subscribe, donate becomes another star set in place, another light shining in the darkness. Do not underestimate the small. Do not despise the ordinary, for in heaven's hands, small acts multiply into eternal impact. A comment becomes encouragement. A share becomes salvation. A seed becomes harvest. A subscription becomes steadfastness. Each action carries weight when aligned with divine purpose. So, beloved, let your lamp shine. Pour oil into the flame. Lift the light higher so that no traveler is left stumbling in the storm. Stand shoulder to shoulder with the chosen, letting your presence, your support, your generosity weave into the great tapestry heaven is unveiling. For the crown you carry is not for isolation, it is for illumination. You were not chosen to hide, you were chosen to shine. And together, we shine brighter, chosen one. There comes a time when heaven calls you not just to hear, not just to believe, but to declare. Your voice carries weight. Your words create ripples in the unseen. What you whisper in faith echoes louder than the shouts of fear. The enemy has long tried to silence you, to keep you quiet, to convince you that your words hold no power. But heaven speaks otherwise. Your words are weapons. Your declarations are fire. Your agreement is the key that unlocks doors. You have felt it before, moments when something in you wanted to speak hope, to declare life, to pray bold prayers. Yet doubt silenced you. That silence was not harmless. It was a strategy of darkness. The enemy knows that the moment you speak truth, you shift atmospheres. The moment you declare promise, you cancel lies. The moment you lift your voice, you remind creation of who you are. Chosen, crowned, unstoppable. The Word of God proclaims in the book of Proverbs, chapter 18, verse 21, "The tongue has the power of life and death, and those who love it will eat its fruit." Chosen one. This is not metaphor, it is reality. Life and death flow from your tongue. What you speak, you plant. What you declare, you water. What you confess, you harvest. Your words are not empty sounds, they are seeds that produce fruit. This is why heaven calls you now to break the silence, to refuse passivity, to take your rightful place as one whose declarations shape destiny. Chosen one. Do not underestimate the weight of even a short phrase when aligned with heaven. Sometimes 3 words, spoken in faith, carry more power than entire speeches spoken in fear. So right now, let this be your moment of agreement. Comment, "I choose light." These 3 words may seem simple, but they are thunder in the spirit. By writing them, you are saying, I reject darkness. I reject despair. I reject lies. I align myself with light, with truth, with heaven's order. Do not let doubt trick you into thinking this act is small. Every declaration builds. Every word adds weight. When you type, I choose light, you are setting a stone in the foundation of your destiny. You are carving alignment into the unseen. You are saying to your own soul, no matter what storms come, I stand in the light. And, chosen one, this declaration does not remain only with you. Others will see it. Someone who has been drowning in shadows may read your words and feel a spark. Someone who has been weary of fighting may whisper it for themselves. Someone who has been on the edge of surrendering may be pulled back because your declaration reached them. Your 3 words may be the lifeline for another. This is why heaven stirs you not only to receive, but to declare, to participate actively in shaping atmospheres, to refuse silence and to release sound. For in heaven's design, the chosen are not silent, they are voices. They are trumpets in the wilderness, bells in the night, songs in the valley, and you are one of them. Think back on your journey. How many times did despair almost silence you? How many times did shame try to cage your words? And yet, here you are still speaking, still standing, still chosen. That itself is proof of your authority. You are not voiceless. You are not powerless. You are not silenced. You are a vessel of declarations that shake the unseen. Chosen one. Let your heart rise with boldness. Do not hold back. Do not whisper only in fear. Declare in confidence, you are chosen. You are sealed. You are crowned. Speak life over your future. Speak healing over your body. Speak peace over your family. Speak as one who knows heaven is listening and darkness is trembling. For every time you declare truth, chains break. Every time you declare promise, fear weakens. Every time you declare light, shadows scatter. That is why I choose light is not just a phrase, it is warfare. It is identity. It is destiny. And this moment is not isolated. It is part of your training. Heaven has been teaching you to wield your words like weapons, to handle your voice like a sword. The chosen cannot remain mute, for mute hearts cannot lead. And you are being raised not just to survive, but to lead, to guide, to shift nations. So, chosen one, remember this truth. Silence may feel safe, but it is costly. Words may feel small, but they are mighty. And today, the heavens wait to record your declaration. Will you choose to stay quiet? Or will you rise and declare, I choose light? And let it be known in the spirit. Let it echo through eternity. Let it shape the days ahead. You are not voiceless. You are a chosen one, crowned and sealed, carrying words that bring life. Lift your head. Open your mouth. Type with your hands. And let the atmosphere bend beneath your declaration. Speak it. Live it. Believe it. For when you say, I choose light, you do more than declare a preference, you establish your path, seal your future, and confirm your destiny. Chosen one. The journey you are on has not been random, nor has it been chaotic without purpose. Every step, every detour, every delay Every breakthrough, it has all been part of a tapestry, too vast for your present eyes to fully see. Heaven is weaving threads of destiny, and you, though often questioning, are part of a masterpiece that will one day reveal its beauty in full. Often you have looked at your life and wondered, why this path? Why this pain? Why this delay? And in your limited vision, it has seemed fragmented, as though the pieces of your story did not fit. But from the vantage point of eternity, there are no wasted pieces. Even the darkest shades serve to make the brighter threads shine more vividly. Consider Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, thrown into a pit, sold as a slave, imprisoned unjustly. His life looked shattered, yet every step was positioning him. The pit led to the palace. The betrayal led to reconciliation. The prison led to promotion. Chosen one. So it is with you. The things that appeared as setbacks were in truth setups. The very pain you despised is the platform heaven is building beneath your feet. The ancient words recorded in Romans, chapter 8, verse 28 declare, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Notice this truth, in all things. Not some things, not only the good, not only the pleasant, all things, even the betrayals, even the nights of tears, even the losses, even the seasons of silence. Every fragment is being woven into good, for you are called according to his purpose, chosen one. Your crown is not forged from easy days, but from the fire of hardship. Your authority is not birthed in applause, but in hidden obedience. Your glory is not polished by compliments, but by scars. That is why you must not despise your journey. What seemed random was refinement. What seemed like punishment was preparation. What seemed like the end was always a beginning. There is also this mystery. Heaven often hides the reason until the season shifts. You are asked to walk by faith, not by sight, to trust the weaver even when you only see tangled threads, to believe in the artist even when the canvas looks chaotic, to trust the architect even when the structure looks incomplete. This has been your test, and though weary, you are passing it. Think of gold. Before it shines, it is hidden in ordeal, unremarkable, often overlooked. Only through fire is its brilliance revealed. Or think of wine. Grapes are crushed until their essence flows. Without crushing, there is no new wine. Or think of the olive, pressed again and again. It releases the oil that lights lamps and anoints kings. Chosen one. You are gold. You are wine. You are oil and fire. Crushing, pressing have only revealed your worth. But here is the revelation. The crown that awaits you is not only about glory, it is about weight. Glory in Scripture often means weight, the heaviness of divine presence. Your crown will not be light like plastic, it will be heavy like gold. And only one refined through trial can carry such weight without breaking. This is why you endured what others could not. The weight of destiny is heavy, and only the chosen can carry it. There is also a generational dimension to your journey. You have been carrying battles that did not begin with you. Some of the resistance you faced was ancient, woven through bloodlines. Patterns of bondage passed through generations. Yet heaven chose you as the breaker, the one who says, "It stops here." Your scars are not only for your own testimony, They are the proof that you fought wars for children and grandchildren you may never see. Your obedience is inheritance for generations. Chosen one, lift your perspective higher. Stop measuring your story only by what you see today. Begin to see the ripple. Your survival has already inspired others. Your faith has already shifted atmospheres. Your endurance has already broken patterns. And though you cannot see the full effect now, heaven has recorded every moment. There will come a day when the veil lifts, and you will see how your obedience altered history. Do you realize, beloved, that every chosen one carries dual identities? You are both warrior and priest. As warrior, you fight battles in unseen realms, often weary, yet victorious. As priest, you carry intimacy with God, standing in the gap, interceding for others, bearing burdens in silence. These dual identities explain why your life has felt so heavy at times. You are not only living for yourself, but carrying assignments beyond your understanding. And yet, you were never asked to carry alone. Heaven has walked beside you. Angels have strengthened you when you thought you would collapse. The Spirit has interceded with groanings too deep for words when your prayers faltered. You have never been abandoned. Though loneliness screamed, you have never been forsaken. Though silence lingered, you have never been forgotten. Though others overlooked you, always you were held. Always you were preserved. Always you were chosen. Chosen one. You stand now at the edge of fulfillment. The puzzle pieces that once seemed scattered are beginning to align. The colors on the canvas that once seemed random are beginning to form image. The tangled threads of the tapestry are beginning to reveal pattern. You are stepping into the moment when purpose becomes clear. When the weight of your past gives meaning to your present. When the crown placed upon your head feels not like a surprise, but like the completion of everything you endured. So take courage. Do not despise the path. Do not curse the delays. Do not regret the scars. Everything has been necessary. Everything has been intentional. Everything has been sacred. The story of your life is not one of random survival, but of divine orchestration. And when the crown rests upon you fully, you will finally see nothing was wasted. Everything was woven. Chosen one. Walk forward, not with bitterness, but with gratitude. Not with fear, but with confidence. Not with shame, but with dignity. You are the tapestry. You are the testimony. You are the crown bearer. And soon, all the threads will make sense. Chosen one. The time has come for you to recognize the sheer magnitude of the shift unfolding around you. You have walked through hidden years, endured testing, carried battles in silence, and felt the crushing weight of trials that seemed to have no end. Yet, in truth, these seasons were not just obstacles, they were alignments. They have been building something within you that could not have been formed in ease. Now you are standing at the threshold of unveiling, and heaven is orchestrating the circumstances to reveal what has long been planted inside of you. This unveiling is not sudden, though to the eyes of others it may seem so. It is the result of unseen preparation. Think of the seed buried in soil for weeks, months, sometimes years. It grows downward before it grows upward. Its roots stretch deep, unseen, strengthening silently to the passerby. It looks lifeless, forgotten in the dirt. But when the season shifts, it suddenly breaks the surface, green and radiant, astonishing those who thought it dead. That is your story. Chosen one. Hidden growth precedes visible fruit. Your season of emergence is here. The Book of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 3 speaks with precision. To bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. Chosen one. These words describe your transition. The ashes of old seasons are being exchanged for beauty. The mourning of silent nights is being exchanged for joy. The despair that clung to your shoulders is being replaced with garments of praise. This is not a metaphor, it is reality being written into your life. Others may see only the outward shift, opportunities opening, favor increasing, visibility expanding. But heaven sees the deeper unveiling. Your heart has been remade. Your spirit has been tempered. Your character has been fortified. The unveiling is not just about crowns and stages, it is about the maturity to carry them. For what good is a crown if the head beneath it is unprepared? What good is influence if the heart behind it is unrefined? Heaven has been shaping you for this very unveiling, and the time is now. Chosen one. Unveiling also means responsibility. Light is beautiful, but it is also demanding. A lamp cannot decide when it shines. Once lit, it must burn until its oil runs dry. A city on a hill cannot hide. It is exposed, seen by all, judged by all. In the same way, when heaven unveils you, your life becomes testimony. You will be watched more closely, weighed more carefully, tested more thoroughly. This is not punishment, it is trust. You are unveiled, not because you are flawless, but because you are faithful. Remember this truth. Unveiling does not erase scars, it redeems them. Your scars will not vanish when you rise. They will testify. They will tell the story of battles fought, of nights endured, of faith preserved. They will remind others that glory is not without cost, that crowns are not without pain, that light is not without pressing. Wear them with honor, for they authenticate your authority. Think again of Joseph. His unveiling came in a single moment, standing before Pharaoh, interpreting dreams, receiving authority. But his authority was not built in that moment. It was forged in years of betrayal, slavery, and imprisonment. When he was unveiled, it looked sudden, but it was the fruit of hidden faithfulness. The same will be said of you. People will say, "It happened overnight," but you will know the truth. It was years in the making. Chosen one. Do not shrink back from the unveiling. You may feel unworthy, unready, unequipped, but heaven has declared otherwise. You are ready not because you feel ready, but because you endured the process. Readiness is not the absence of fear, it is the presence of faith. And faith has carried you this far. It will not fail you now. Lift your perspective. Beloved, the unveiling is not just for your benefit, it is for others. Lamps shine for travelers, not themselves. Rivers flow to nourish fields, not their own banks. Trees bear fruit for others to eat, not themselves. In the same way, your unveiling is heaven's strategy to reach those connected to your destiny. Your crown is not for decoration, it is for service. Your platform is not for ego, it is for impact. Your visibility is not about you, It is about the light flowing through you. And yet, chosen one. Unveiling does not erase intimacy with God, it deepens it. The temptation of visibility is to forget the secret place. But you must remember, the oil that sustains the lamp comes only from crushing in private. Never forsake the secret place, for it is the wellspring of your strength. Let your unveiling be rooted, not in performance but in presence, not in applause but in prayer. This is the delicate balance of unveiling, public impact anchored in private intimacy. Lose the secret place, and the flame flickers. Protect it, and the light endures. You have learned this balance in hidden seasons. Carry it with you now into unveiled ones. Chosen one. Unveiling is also generational. What is revealed in you will ripple outward. Your obedience will inspire others. Your testimony will free others. Your courage will embolden others. You are not unveiled only for your sake. You are unveiled for the sake of all who will see. Hear and rise because of your light. So do not fear the exposure. Do not hide from the stage. Do not shrink from the mantle. You are not being unveiled to be glorified. You are being unveiled to glorify Him. And in your rising, countless others will rise. In your light, countless others will find their way. In your testimony, countless others will believe again. Chosen one, the time has come. The veil is lifting. The hidden seed is breaking soil. The crown of ashes is becoming a crown of beauty. The oil of mourning is being exchanged for the oil of joy. The garments of despair are giving way to garments of praise. And you stand as living testimony that nothing hidden is wasted, and nothing broken is beyond redemption. Step into the unveiling. Walk with confidence. Carry the light. For you are chosen not to remain hidden, but to shine. Chosen one. The journey has reached a depth where silence becomes as holy as speech. You have been prepared in fire, carried through storms, sealed by grace, and lifted into unveiling. Now comes the season of establishment, the rooting of what has been revealed, the solidifying of what has been entrusted. For glory without grounding collapses, but glory with roots endures. This is the moment heaven anchors you deeply, so the crown upon your head is not temporary but eternal. Establishment is not glamorous, it is steady, often slow, sometimes unseen. Think of the oak tree, long before it towers above the forest. It grows downward, its roots burrowing deep into soil. Without those roots, the first great storm would topple it, but with them, it stands for centuries. Chosen one. Heaven is establishing you like that oak. Your roots are going deep so that no storm, no opinion, no opposition can uproot what has been planted. The prophet Isaiah wrote in chapter 61, verse 7, "Instead of your shame, you will receive a double portion. And instead of disgrace, you will rejoice in your inheritance. And so you will inherit a double portion in your land. And everlasting joy will be yours." Chosen one. This is the promise of establishment. Shame gives way to inheritance. Disgrace gives way to double portion. Fragility gives way to everlasting joy. Your life is being rooted in promise, not in pain. Do you see now why the foundation mattered so much? Why the years of hiddenness stretched long? Why the crushing seemed unbearable? Why the fire did not relent? Without depth, crowns become burdens. Without roots, Mantles become crushing weights. Heaven would not place glory upon shaky ground. So the ground of your heart had to be broken, tillel, refined, deepened, until it could carry the weight of what is now entrusted to you. Chosen one. Establishment also means territory. To be established is not just to stand firm, but to expand influence. You are not called merely to exist. You are called to occupy. The crown is not for display, it is for dominion. The land you will inherit may not always be soil and borders. Often it is hearts, atmospheres, realms of influence. Wherever your feet step in obedience, establishment follows. Like Joshua leading Israel, you are stepping into places heaven has already given, and your establishment is heaven's testimony to all watching. This one is chosen, this one is rooted, this one carries authority. But with establishment comes vigilance. You must guard what is entrusted. A vineyard, once planted, must be tended or weeds choke it. A house, once built, must be maintained or decay sets in. A crown, once worn, must be carried with humility or pride corrupts it. Do not think establishment means rest from responsibility. It means greater responsibility. But you are ready. For every season, before this was preparation. Chosen one. Establishment is also about legacy. You are not only being rooted for yourself, you are being rooted for those who will come after you. Your faith will outlive you. Your obedience will ripple beyond your lifetime. Your endurance will write history for generations. You are laying foundations upon which others will build. Do not despise this weight. It is an honor few are entrusted with. You are the bridge between what was and what will be. The living testimony that obedience changes bloodlines. Consider David. He was established as king, not only for his own reign, but to prepare the throne for Solomon, from whose line the Messiah would come. His establishment was bigger than himself. It carried eternal consequence. Chosen one. So it is with you. Your establishment is not just about your story, it is about the generations tethered to your destiny. But know this, establishment is not without opposition. Whenever heaven roots something, darkness seeks to uproot it. Whenever heaven builds, darkness seeks to tear down. You will feel resistance not because you are weak, but because you are significant. The shaking around you is proof that your roots are growing. Do not fear the shaking. It cannot undo what heaven has planted. Chosen one. The establishment also brings peace, not the absence of battles, but the confidence to stand unshaken in the midst of them. You will find that storms no longer terrify you the way they once did. You will notice that voices of doubt no longer pierce you as they did before. You will realize that you have become immovable, not by your own strength, but by the roots heaven has planted within you. This peace is establishment. It is the stillness of one who knows their place, their identity, their God. And as you stand established, others will come to find rest in your shade. Like the oak, you will shelter many. Like the vineyard, you will nourish many. Like the city on a hill, you will guide many. This is the fruit of establishment, not pride in being seen, but joy in being useful, in being refuge, in being light. Chosen one. Do not underestimate the magnitude of what is unfolding. You are not simply surviving. You are not simply emerging. You are being established. You are becoming a pillar in heaven's design, a landmark of faith, a witness to generations. Your crown is not fragile, it is rooted. Your destiny is not temporary, it is anchored. Your calling is not wavering, it is fixed. So walk with confidence. Live with dignity. Guard your ground with vigilance. For you are no longer tossed about by the winds of uncertainty. You are established, rooted in promise, anchored in grace, crowned in glory, and nothing, no storm, no darkness, no voice of doubt can uproot you. Chosen one, this is who you are, not fleeting, not fragile, not forgotten. You are established, chosen one. As the journey draws toward its summit, you must pause and see the full horizon stretched before you. Every valley you have crossed, every wilderness endured, every crushing survived, every crown prepared, it has all been leading to this moment. The story of your life has not been a scattered collection of broken pieces. It has been a divine progression, a steady unfolding of glory. You are standing not at an end, but at a threshold where destiny and eternity meet. This is the mystery of being chosen. It is never only about the now. To be chosen is to be tethered to eternity, to carry a weight that extends beyond the span of days you walk on earth. Every prayer you whispered in pain, every step of obedience in silence, every tear that fell unseen, they are recorded, treasured, woven into the eternal design. Nothing was wasted. Heaven keeps accounts perfectly, and your ledger is written not with loss but with legacy. Chosen one, you are about to see what others never understood. The pattern of your suffering was always the map of your calling. Where you were wounded is where you will heal others. Where you were broken is where you will build. Where you were silenced is where your voice will thunder. The enemy tried to convince you your scars disqualified you, but heaven has crowned those very scars as proof of authority. You are not diminished, you are distinguished. The Word of God declares in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 11, I am coming soon. Hold on to what you have, so that no one will take your crown. Chosen one, the crown upon your head is not ornamental, it is eternal. It is the seal of survival, the sign of victory, the mark of destiny. Hold it with reverence. Guard it with vigilance. Carry it with humility. For though your story is unique, your crown connects you with the great cloud of witnesses who endured before you. And with those who will endure after you, the time has come to walk in fullness, no longer defined by waiting, no longer bound by fear, no longer silenced by doubt. You are established. You are unveiled. You are sealed. This is the moment where the hidden becomes visible, the silent becomes sound, the broken becomes whole. You are stepping into a fullness where heaven's promises are no longer distant, they are present, active, alive within you. Chosen one. Fullness does not mean absence of struggle, it means triumph within it. Even now, trials will come, storms will rise, opposition will appear, but you are no longer the fragile one who fears collapse. You are rooted, established, crowned. You are no longer tossed about, you are the anchor. You are no longer in shadow, you are the lamp. You are no longer lost, you are the guide. Fullness is not perfection. It is maturity. It is walking in the awareness of who you are and whose you are. And so, as you step forward, remember this: the chosen are not chosen for isolation. but for impact. Your crown is not to be hidden, your light not to be covered, your testimony not to be silenced. You carry fire, and fire spreads. You carry oil, and oil anoints. You carry authority, and authority liberates. Wherever you go, atmospheres will shift. Wherever you stand, strongholds will break. Wherever you speak, chains will fall. This is the weight of the crown. It does not rest on your head alone, but flows through your life into the lives of others. Look ahead. Chosen one, the road before you is not without challenge, but it is saturated with promise. The nations are waiting for your light. Generations unborn are waiting for your obedience. Hearts weary of darkness are waiting for your song. You may not see the full ripple now, but heaven does. Every step you take forward plants seeds in soil you may never walk upon, but others will harvest. Your faith will outlive you. Do not let fear shrink your stride. Walk boldly. Carry yourself with the dignity of one crowned by heaven, not by men. Let humility be your robe. Love your fragrance. Truth, your language. In this way, your crown will shine, not as a symbol of pride, but as a beacon of hope. For the true glory of the chosen is not in being exalted, but in lifting others. Chosen one, hear this clearly. Your journey is not ending here. It is expanding. You are entering not the close of a chapter, but the opening of one greater. All that was training, all that was preparation, all that was crushing, pressing, waiting, it was only the foundation. The true weight of your calling is just beginning to unfold. And yet, do not fear the enormity of it, for the same God who preserved you in the pit, who sustained you in the wilderness, who sealed you in the fire, who crowned you in the unveiling, that God walks with you still. You were never meant to carry this crown alone. You were never meant to fight with your own strength. You were never meant to shine by your own light. Heaven supplies what you lack. Grace overflows where you fall short. Power is perfected in your weakness. So rest. Even as you rise, let your crown be not a burden, but a testimony of faithfulness. Let it remind you always, you are chosen, you are sealed, you are crowned, and nothing in heaven, on earth, or beneath the earth can take that from you. Chosen one, step into your fullness. Walk as one established, unveiled, and crowned. Lift your head, for your story has become testimony. Your scars have become credentials. Your life has become light. You are not at the end. You are at the beginning of glory. The time is now. The world is waiting. And heaven has already declared, you are chosen, chosen one. Now that the final words have been spoken and the crown has been set firmly upon your head, there is one last thing heaven presses me to tell you. This journey does not end here. What you have heard, what you have received, what you have carried, these are not just for you. They are a fire meant to keep burning, a river meant to keep flowing, a testimony meant to keep echoing. You were never called to walk alone, and you were never meant to let this light flicker out in isolation. That is why I invite you now, with all sincerity of heart, to take a step of response. When you like this message, it is not just a click, it is your way of saying, I agree. I stand in alignment. I affirm this word for my life. It is like placing a stone of remembrance on the altar. marking the place where God met you. When you share this message, you become like the shepherd, leaving the 99 to find the one. Someone in your circle is crying in silence tonight, and your simple act of sharing may be the very lifeline that pulls them back from despair. It is like lighting a torch and handing it to another traveler in the night. When you subscribe, you are choosing to remain at the well. This stream of living words will continue to flow, and subscription ensures you will never wander thirsty again. It is like pitching your tent near the river, saying, "I will drink here again and again. I will stay connected to the flow of anointing." And yes, for those whose hearts are stirred to go deeper, I speak plainly. Donate. Give as the Spirit leads you, not as an obligation, not under pressure, but as an act of oil pouring. Every mission, every light, every flame requires oil. Your seed, no matter how small, becomes fuel for this fire. It is like placing a log on the bonfire, not only keeping it alive, but making it blaze higher so that more can be warmed, more can be guided, more can be saved. Finally, let your voice not remain silent. Comment on this message. Write what stirred you. Write what you received. Write your declaration of faith. When you do, you are not only testifying for yourself, you are encouraging others who read your words. Your comment may be the very spark that reignites someone else's flame. So here is the call. Chosen one, like as a mark of agreement. Share as a beacon for the lost. Subscribe as a commitment to remain near the well. Donate as oil for the fire. And comment as a declaration of faith. These acts may feel small, but in the Spirit, they are monumental. They are how we build together, how we shine together, how we keep this movement of heaven alive. The journey does not stop here. The crown is yours. The light is yours. The destiny is yours. Now, let us walk it out together.